It's time for College Warzone as we edge closer to the playoffs. So we're hopping in tonight for qualifier number 4. My name is Seymour, and joining me tonight will be Spider Tiff. Tiff, great day for College Warzone. How are you feeling?
Hey, Seymour, every time we are here together commentating over Warzone, you know I am in a stellar mood. I'm excited, and I'm looking forward to an insane night of Warzone action in some public lobbies, you know?
Yeah, as am I. And, to kick things off, we could take a look at our schedule and prizing to see what teams are fighting for tonight on top of that qualifier for playoffs. And looking at the schedule, we do have a couple things that have changed now. You're going to be looking at September 21st for qualifier number 6. That was a change in the plan, so you're looking at that for one down the line. But September 12th, September 6th, or September 12th and 21st coming up next, and then we got playoffs October 1st. And tonight, teams will be playing for $300 for first place, along with the qualifier spots, rounds 1 through 7. Then through playoffs, you got $3,000 prize pool, or $3,000 for first, $1,800 for second, $1,500 for third, $900 for fourth, and $600 for fifth. So we're going to be looking at that when we do get into the playoffs. But for tonight, Tiff, we got kill races to look at. So why don't you give us a look into the format?
Yeah, of course. We are switching some things up. The last time you saw Seymour and they were competing in custom lobbies. So we are going to have a timed kill race. So 3 players per team. Teams are the same in the university, so they're rolling it out. You've seen them week after week. We will have some new teams competing here today, but here's the kicker. Only the 5 highest point games in a 4-hour time window will count. So once we hit, 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, if you don't have your scores in before that time period, they will not be counting. However, each eliminations will still be worth 1 point, and the multiplier is the same as it was during those custom lobbies. So that 2x multiplier, and then it will be scaled accordingly. So going to be really fun, and I'm excited to see kind of what these teams do. Obviously, last week they did the time kill race as well, so maybe some of the teams that didn't perform as well as they had been in the customs kind of got their feet wet and are like, you know what, I'm feeling a lot more comfortable, and I'm excited to see how they do tonight.
And we did get to see 2 new teams qualify for playoffs last week, too. Now we have Northwood, Colorado State, Texas A&M International, Barry Bucks, Fisher College Bravo, and Queens University already punching their ticket into playoffs. And tonight we get to see if we get some new recruits. And let's take a look at some of these teams, too, to watch out for tonight, because I know we have some new teams to look at. And right now, you get and some teams to keep your eye on, and that is Colorado State University, Queens University, and VCU. 3 teams that we've seen constantly competing for the top. And VCU, I think we can start with them, Tiff, because this is a team that is always on the outside looking in from a qualifier spot.
Yeah, it's really tough because this team is incredibly talented, and I feel like they're just missing the mark week after week. So I'm really looking for them to come in incredibly strong tonight and just secure themselves an auto qual spot. Sure, they averaged higher than Queens University last week during qualifier number 3 in the number of kills per game, but the issue was they were not going the long distance. They weren't making it into those higher placements, so they didn't get that placement multiplier that Queens was getting, and therefore not finding success. Where Queens University is like, hey, I stamped my ticket into the playoffs. VCU still looking for theirs.
Yeah, Queens, you and I got to see earlier on in our first broadcast in College Warzone, and they placed 4th. So they were literally just 1 spot away from qualifying for playoffs, which was a little bit of a heartbreaker. And Colorado State University Alpha, I don't know what else to say about this team other than they have been on top of the world through College Warzone. In Qualifier 1, they placed 2nd. Qualifier 2, they placed 2nd. In Qualifier 3, they placed 3rd. So, all 3 qualifiers so far, Colorado State University have been on top of the leaderboard. So keep an eye out on all 3 of these teams. But now let's take a look at new teams coming to show in College Warzone for today. We got Greenville University, Dakota State University, and the University of Alabama Bravo.
Hey, you know what? If the University of Alabama does not show out tonight, then they are not carrying on the luck that they had this weekend in the football realm. So I'm looking at Miss J, Bouncy, Nico. I want to see some success coming out of them. You know, Bouncy was on Alpha for qualifier number 3, had 29 kills. So they just moved from Alpha to Bravo. So new here. So I'm excited to see how this trio does.
Yeah, as am I. A couple players from these teams too, you know, showing into College Warzone after competing in the spring 2022 CCL League as well. So we get to see how they fare when we do drop into Caldera. But remember, folks, we got new teams to look at, hot teams to look at. Keep your eyes out on them as we move through this. But to move on in our pre-show, I think we have to introduce our new member. So bringing on, we got Angelica Javier, the sonar technician from Goats and Glory. How you doing?
Hi, I'm good. How are you guys?
Amazing.
We are vibing. We are happy to have you here. And I'm so glad we got to take a chance to kind of chat with you prior to the show. We learned a little bit about you. So why don't you kind of share what you do on your daily job as a sonar technician? Because I'm curious how it always relates into the video game realm and how often you get to spend time doing those things as well.
So as a sonar technician, I work on surface ships, and my previous command, I was on a specialized group for sonar. So we actually track the most submarines out of everyone in the whole wide Navy. And it's very secret. I don't know how much I can say, but we do a lot of work looking for like submarines out like by Japan, China, just like around the area. And it's really exciting, actually. There's a lot of communication that we need to do, and which is like, huge in video games too. So lots of labs, and we have to practice all the time, just like any other video game.
Well, I know we won't ask you too much about sonar technician, because I know a lot of it is, you know, on the download, that like stuff we're not supposed to know. So we'll leave it at that. But I do want to ask, you know, for Goats and Glory, you know, what brought you in to Goats and Glory? How did you find yourself in this position?
So actually, I didn't think that the esports team was real. I saw it on Facebook, so I thought it was fake. But there was an application ad. I clicked on it. I filled everything out. I said, I'm pretty good at League of Legends. They called me up and they're like, hey, we want you on the team. And I was like, no way. And then I ended up here. I flew all the way from Washington to Tennessee. And now I am the leader of the League of Legends team.
Wow.
That's awesome. You know, and the leader of the League of Legends team, not, you know, not just on it, you're leading the team. So like, what do your duties on that team, you know, involve?
So it's mostly like trying to figure out who else, since our team isn't really focused on League of Legends. I'm trying to find people who could fit all the roles, and then moving around, like who wants to play what, the demographics, like how we all work together as a team, communication, and like teamwork, basically just figuring it all out. I'm also the youngest on the team too, so I always have to like watch myself, but I enjoy it. I love League of Legends, and I love the fact that I can do it as my job.
It's a fun game. I don't blame you. But, you know, before we move on, Tiff, is there anything that you'd like to ask?
Yeah, now that this is kind of going to be different, right? So you mentioned that you're the youngest person on the team. However, you're the leader. Can you chat about that for a little second? Like, I'm curious, is it weird being the youngest member of the team and also leading them? And are there different ways that you have to approach that communication style? Because you mentioned in video games, communicating is super massive, but you can also apply that to your IRL situation as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So we kind of decided as a team, even though ranks, we're hugely like disciplined, ranks matter all the time. But once we're in the game, we could be like, hey dude, do this, do that. And then we should all take criticism, work together. We're all just one team. So it's more understanding for people that, hey, this person's really good at this game, so you should probably listen to them regardless of rank.
I love that.
That's great. And, you know, just to move on from this so that we can keep things going a little bit, I do want to get into, you know, predictions for tonight and teams you guys are, you know, watching out for.
Yeah.
I'm going to start with you, Tiff. You know, who are you going to be watching out for tonight?
Look, I don't want to be the person that roots for VCU every weekend, but I'm going to be doing that. And I said weekend, but it's definitely Monday, which is also, you know, probably the third day of the weekend. It feels like a weekend, right? It doesn't even feel like a Monday. I'm going VCU because they've been so close yet so far away. And I feel like this is the day that they can just pull it all together, send it, and stamp themselves a ticket to the playoffs. And I hope I didn't just cast or curse them, because I would feel really bad.
You know what? It wouldn't be the first time that you and I have cast or cursed a team in College
True.
Warzone. So definitely hope, fingers crossed for that one. But Nixie, is there anybody you're going to be looking at today?
So actually, I'm going to be rooting for my hometown, Illinois, U of I. I've noticed that in the past few qualifiers, they're right in top 10, and I want them to win because since I joined the Navy and didn't go to college, that's a college I should have been to. So I'm rooting for them. All of my friends graduated from there, so let's go.
Let's go indeed. And for myself, I'm going to double down with Tiff right now. I'm looking at VCU tonight. You know, they've always been on the outside looking in, a team who has just barely missed the mark on qualifying for playoffs. And you know what? Qualifier number 4, you know, sometimes I'm sure people will say fourth time's the charm. I haven't particularly heard that, but today might be the day. So looking out for VCU to turn things around. And before we go to a break, folks, don't forget, Goats and Glory, the America's Navy. If you want to get more information, go to Navy.com, as well as follow them on their socials, Facebook, Twitter, Insta, all America's Navy, one word. Go check them out. If you like what you see, maybe you can be a part of Goats and Glory yourself. But we're going to hop over to a break, and when we come back, we're going to be joining in on our qualifier number 4. We'll see you there. It's time for qualifier number 4 here in College Warzone. I just want to take a second to thank Nixie for coming on from Goats and Glory. If you want to check her out on Twitch, ATE Baymax. Go follow her, as well as America's Navy on Twitch if you want to check out that League of Legends team playing. And not only that, I want to give a shout out to her mom too, because apparently her mom's her biggest fan if she's in chat watching. Big shout out. Thank you for tuning in, and I hope you enjoy the show. But Tiff, we're hopping in with Game 1 for the qualifier. I know Season 5 just happened, and a lot of things have changed. Why don't you go over some of those changes that people might be seeing today?
I mean, there's been a lot of changes in the weapons, changes in the strategies, changes on the loot pool. One of my favorite things are those personal supply boxes that you can find scattered throughout the map. And these things, like, if they will pop out your favorited loadout. So you go, obviously, y'all know, you create your loadouts. As long as you have it marked as favorited, it will pop out. So if you're landing, and since this is a kill race, this could be absolutely massive. You want to get your loadout as early as you can and then start just pushing every single team that you see, racking up those elims and doing the most, right? But if you land off drop on a personal supply box and immediately have your loadout, it's just game over for the public enemies nearby you.
Nebula V-Bomb armed. That has to be something new.
No, I mean, it kind of is, I guess. It's newish in the past couple seasons. It's something you can pick up on the ground and you can just drop it, and basically it will gas out a large circle area, and you can see kind of just south of where they are. Someone dropped it in Storage Town, and we're on board with Bouncy from Alabama White, and they're getting a little wild, and looks like, you know. Oh, you know that hurts. That hurts, Seymour.
That does hurt. I thought he was about to hit that throwing knife, too. You know, it was just moments away. But this is one of the new teams that we highlighted, Alabama White, Bouncy on screen. We get to see how they fare off right off the bat, as he already is in the, you know, the gulag. So maybe not the best drop that you're going to get, but he did find an elimination, so something to work with so far. If you can get out of the gulag, get back into Caldera, you know, you were in the general direction of going the right way so far for this kill race. But, you know, the fact that it's a kill race to begin with, Tiff, is one of those things where efficiency is going to be so important, because you're looking at the ratio of how many drops can you get in the span of 4 hours, and how good are those drops. So efficiency is going to be a big key on these teams.
Yeah, and I love that you brought that up, as we see Bouncy in the gulag right now. He's got that NZ41. We're just looking for a nice line of sight. You can see that Nico already survived the gulag and is going back to Caldera to try and fight off some enemies, or maybe a nice regain. But Bouncy just holding this tight line of sight. The flag is going to go out, and no one really going to go ahead and push that just yet. Some utility being thrown, and you can see it right there. Easy textbook. And now I feel like that's how I'm going to have to try to fight all my gulags, because maybe I'd actually win them then.
I mean, it's like the story of the tortoise and the hare. It's just slow and steady runs the race sometimes. You just wait till they make the move. There it is. Pretty easy for Bouncy to get back into Caldera now, looking to link up with his duo, Nyko, as they are both going to be dropping back over towards Peak, which has taken quite the hit since Season 5. And you see what he just picked up? A lot of people might not recognize that. It was the Rage Serum. I'm excited to see if anybody's going to be using that today, because I know there's some good perks and there's some bad perks about it. So wondering if it's really going to come into fruition today in College Warzone.
Yeah, that's going to be really tough. And I love that you corrected me, because I didn't realize it was Nyko, and now I feel bad. Nyko, if you're watching this, I got you for all future things. That's my favorite thing, is I always mispronounce some things every once in a while. But Nyko, that's pretty classy.
It's like half the battle of our jobs.
It really is. And what would I do without you, Seymour? But yeah, the Rage Serum. So it's super dicey. There's things like such a speed boost that you can find in some of these supply boxes, and they'll just jut out of the box. You'll tap onto it, and then you'll just be kind of flying through the map, which you can either loot faster, or it'll help you in a fight or trying to get away from a fight, and it lasts for, you know, a decent duration actually. But for the Rage Serum, I'm actually not a huge fan of it unless I'm trying to kind of startle the enemies around me, because basically as soon as you pop that Rage Serum, you can have increased melee damage or increased melee reach and whatever, but it's so loud. If you are being stealth, it is not something good to use in any way, shape, or form. You do not want your teammates to have it. But if you are trying to like startle an enemy team for them to not be able to find you, that is a really good way, because I can't locate anyone using Rage Serum in a building in Caldera.
I mean, one moment you're just walking through Caldera, the next moment there's a herd of elephants just trampling towards you, and you don't know what to do, so I can only imagine. But we are going to swap over to Texas State Esports Draco on screen. 13 eliminations. Am I reading that right? And it seems like this team, 18 eliminations for Texas State Esports as they are having themselves a game, but Draco's going to drop, and it looks like it's all up to tactic so far for the squad now with 4 teams left.
Look, if you're just joining us, this is a 4-hour kill race, and if you're Tactic and Co. right there and one of your team members already has 18, that is an absolute stellar game. And Staka right now from the CSU Rams going to fall, but that was looking to be a nice start for them. They had about 40 up in the lobby. You can see right there about 18 kills for the team, so also a very strong start. And personally, I think I might have to hit up a lot of these schools and just kind of go through and be like, hey, do you want to like kind of play Caldera with me and teach me how to get high kill games? Because I'm pretty sure I'm going to watch them smash my PR all night.
I mean, I'm sure these players will sit down and be like, yeah, let's run it up. I mean, these are absolute demons that we're looking at. I mean, the CCL players are just demons when it comes to playing Call of Duty. They're always doing it. It's like a 24/7 job for them to try to be the best.
It's like a job when they want to be the best. This sounds interesting. I mean, hey, you know, it's only because it's, you know, what they do and what they love. I love it, and I love being here with you, and we get to watch just how crazy talented they are. And look at that. Bouncy finds a nice bag, and it's got that arm on the automaton. So let's talk about that, because for as ARs go, a lot of the weapons that I'm seeing, STGs and automaton, and that's pure mobility. And these are the people that just don't want to use the UGM, because that UGM LMG right now is so powerful. There's minimal recoil, if any, and it has a 125 round mag, and you can just do so much damage in such a quick amount of time. The only negative, which is why I could see these people choosing the ARs as opposed to it, is that reload time. You could do so much after trying to reload that weapon, Seymour. I could go make a hot pocket.
I mean, you can use anything. Wait,
yeah.
Hot Pocket?
You can
that long?
Yes. I mean, no, not really, but it feels that way. I'd be like, all right, guys, you have to comment. You have to say, I am reloading. Please watch my back.
Hold the door. So what Beloved's saying right now is people are trying to get into Peak, but he's not allowing them to do that whatsoever. That's a whole squad wipe for Beloved from KSU. So strong start for KSU. 7 eliminations for Beloved alone. So we're going to be watching KSU along the way, too. But last time we were casting College of Warzone, KSU had a fantastic run towards the end of those 5 games. So let's see if Beloved can lead the team to yet another strong showing here in Qualifier number 4.
Yeah, I mean, showing out on the movement right now, just navigating throughout like this area towards mines is a really strong way to show. I mean, if Beloved already has 7 eliminations with 84 up in the lobby, we're not able to see what the teammates have, but this is a really strong start. If you're looking at someone having 18 towards the end of a lobby, this is a lot stronger. You can see they're going to go ahead and utilize those bounties to help them track players, and going to get tagged up, but is able to get the down because that UGM is just that powerful.
Folks, if you're watching, I mean, the only rule right now is that there's no rules. Yes. Well, obviously you can't cheat, and, you know, that is definitely going to be the #1 rule. But when it comes to guns, the only rule is there's no rules. UGM, something that you want to be using, especially when it beams like that. I mean, absolute monstrous shots right there coming from Beloved as they're looking to scavenge themselves a little bit of height here, climbing the mountain slowly but surely. The comms are pretty calm as well, so it does seem like the team is definitely not under any stress whatsoever, as they are going to find a little bit of a player up top. Easy wipe from O-Rose, a team wipe there too, so even more points going for this game from KSU.
I mean, they're doing everything that you need to do, utilizing those jump towers to reposition, looking for other players. And another way you can kind of get a line of sight on where you think enemies are going to be are these mobile respawns. And not mobile respawns, these buy stations right here. You kind of call them in, but it looks like they might have called that one in. But that's a really good line of sight to say, hey, there's a team in this area, those radar jammers, anything. And as you can see, Seeker just taking the high ground and shooting down. It's just so textbook to be able to do that. And this is St. Mary's Esports, 4 elims to their name for Seeker, but now make it 5. Not a bad way to start.
Yeah, Seeker, one of my favorite players here in the CCL, showing up in College Warzone from St. Mary's Esports, and making it look so easy with that auto from above. And I like that you talk about, you know, getting information off of drops like that, because that is, you know, it's a tactic that not many people will think about, you know, and then all of a sudden you're looking at any way to gain information. Well, using that supply drop to tell you where. It's going to be something as Seeker's going to find himself in yet another gunfight, but Hitfire is strong with Seeker, and he's going to find another elimination. That's number 6.
That one made me a little nervous, Seymour. I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes that gas mask animation can be such a pain because you start hip firing, and I swear my bullets will go everywhere but the person that is literally 2 feet in front of me. So I was a little worried for Seeker, but nonetheless was able to make it out alive. And now just kind of navigating throughout Storage Town, taking height once again, gonna get tagged up. And this is one of those places where you can get held incredibly hard right here. Typically, there's a balloon just kind of north of where they're at, and if they can make it there, that can give them a trajectory to get out of this area. But Seeker says, you know what? No, I've got a good line of sight, gonna get a nice shield crack, and is gonna be able to close the distance. You can see the teams working incredibly well together, all staying kind of nearby in that like triangle formation to help them kind of enclose their enemies.
Oh, Seeker trying to evict the team from this house. Not going to work his way, as he is going to find himself in a 2v1, and the tides turn real quick. But you can see that Xander Clan and Pyro quick to, recover off of this one, seeing if they can, avenge their fallen comrade. As we're going to be looking at Xander Clan to hop up top. Pretty easy kill onto the first one. Pyro yet to find the second one, so Xander still looking for things. It's going to be an excellent team wipe there from Pyro to back him up. Doesn't look like it's over just yet, though. Thought it was going to be a team wipe with just the 2, but apparently there was a third one waiting. And Xander, the parkour is not strong with Xander today.
I was like, bro, we're getting an absolute textbook jumping. Like, hey, this is a solid jump spot. And sometimes you cannot make them, but now able to get inside and just looking for that last member of the team that they are chasing. And good thing is they do have the cash to get their teammate back. The issue is the buy station is just a hop, skip, and a jump away across the last zone that they have. And if they really want this to be a strong scoring game, you kind of have to have everyone alive at any given time and be able to get the regain incredibly quickly, because the amount of time that you waste trying to get your teammate back up with loadout can cost you so hard, because you would need to be getting kills at this point. And as we jump on over to Mink, gonna fall, and that's just that high ground disadvantage right there, that they just are on the low ground and unfortunately not able to get a good line of sight up the hill. And hopefully the teammates can go ahead and get their res off, but you see there's an enemy just ahead of them. But now the PA coming in, that's gonna be dicey.
Yeah, one guy's here.
Cover your heads. Get an umbrella. Better be a strong one too, because this airstrike is definitely coming down and is going to take down Minx, as well as the HDR was the one to take him down at first for the knockdown. But not really feasible there when you don't have the high ground. I mean, a lot of us have watched Star Wars 3, and we know how that goes. When you don't have high ground, it's not going to work out in your way, and it gets to show there with Minx. We're going to hop over Benny Rick from Texas A&M Maroon, as they're going to be jumping down. I expect this to be their second game, the fact that it has been about, say 15 minutes since we started. So looking at game number 2 here, probably for Texas A&M Maroon, as hopefully looking to, gain quite a strong start here in the kill races.
I mean, to be fair, Benny Rick is pulling up his sleeves, landing at peak. He is dropped, locked, and ready to go. Take that MP40, gonna find a first elim already, turns and burns and finds 3 enemies right in front of him. Gonna hit a quick reload. Can we find a nice little weapon as well? I think he just dropped the MP40, picked it back up, but he does have a KG, so this is gonna be really nice. And woo, make that 2 for him. This is exactly what they needed, but he does get tagged up and traded out, sent to the gulag a little early on. But where did that player come from, Seymour? Where?
I mean, it must have been one of the 3 that were around there. The Blixen, not going to be easy when you're going up against that. Even though the KG, strong, the Blixen was not a gun that you want to go up against in close quarters. 2 kills off the bat. He was ready to tussle, like you said. He rolled up his sleeves. He had the MP40. He was good to go. But now we get to look at Fisher Falcon Schmalz off drop. Already going to be looking to evict a family from this house. Or at least a family of 3. Good break on the first one. Through the door. He's going to get a little tag there. Has to back up for now. He has no reinforcements from his squad. He's trying to just suffocate this team on the inside. Through the door. Hello. Goodbye. Throwing knife to the face. It's another kill for Schmalz there. His first one in the game. But here come his teammates. And this is going to be so hard to deal with. 3v2.
Oh, look how clean this is. Checking the bathroom, making sure there's no rats hiding in the bathtub. Let's just talk about this. We always talk about the different SMGs that are viable, and lately it's been the PPSH, and specifically the hipfire PPSH. And you can see that Schmalz is utilizing that weapon and just kind of rolling up onto the house. You don't even have to be close to them. It shoots incredibly fast, and it's just so hard to beat. So watching it, basically, let's just say I utilize this weapon every day now, and I'm instantly a better player.
Tips with Tiff.
Yeah, use the PPSH. Just go ahead and do it. You want to play in a timed kill race? You want to play in a 2v2? You want to be a strong customs player? Utilize the PPSH right now.
Available at your local supermarket.
And that's my TED Talk.
Well, Schmal's now looking to have a big presence here in Caldera. Only 2 eliminations for himself, but utilizing that mobile zone to maneuver on through, and nobody really, anywhere so far. I was looking at the mini-map, and there's not a lot of room to sit. With 68 players in the lobby, I can't believe it's so quiet for that team, but I assure them that there is going to be, action on the horizon as we go back to Benny Rick, who looks like he came out of the gulag safe and sound, 2 eliminations. His teammate in a little bit of danger as trying to get back in time, but is it going to be enough? Is it too little too late?
I'm over here, like, if you take a shot from the air with that Kar 98, like, please do it. Like, I need to see it connect. Those Vanguard snipers are incredibly tough to utilize, but gonna get tagged up and unfortunately not able to stick the res and just looking for some information, and Benny's actually gonna fall himself. This may be one of those games where it's like, hey, maybe this is going to count, but this is one that will definitely get replaced pretty quickly, because I feel like Benny came into peak so incredibly hot and had such a promising start. But I feel like we're going to see him, lifting up those sleeves even higher, maybe as high as JBP right now from Niner Esports, just chopping the sleeves off.
You saw Brother Blyle there was in the gulag too for Texas A&M Maroon, along with Dryra trying to show up for the squad, and Benny right there, he had the face like this is fine, this is okay. I just got sniped. I don't even know where he was, but I'm now down on the ground and out for the count right now. But like you said, we are going to be keeping the ball rolling from going team to team. Niner Esports, JBP, sleeveless, and ready to rock.
Ready to rock. They are ready to rock. And hey, anytime you're going to be breaking out the 3-line rifle to get a little bit of snipe action in, you are instantly one of my favorite people, because there is nothing more than I love about Call of Duty or Warzone in general than sniping. Love doing all the sniping, hate getting sniped. So JBP, Instafan right now. Let's see what you can do with the 3-line. But hey guys, if you are just joining us, Warzone qualifier number 4 here. We are having a timed kill race, so it's going to be going over for 4 hours. So if you're East Coast time until 12 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, scores must be submitted by then. And all of these schools are just trying to get as many eliminations as possible and netting themselves a 2x multiplier for first place if they can get it and scale throughout the rest. But jumping on over to UCF Knights, you see they've got that new GM in hand and the comms are flying.
Yeah, Chris on God. Seems like they have somebody just on the other side of this fence. It's just time to pounce on the prey, and they can't get
on that gate.
any eyes on. But here, the comms are going to be there. An excellent down onto the first one. A little bit of damage from a bomb, so Chris on God's got to back down. And listen to franticness now inside of the communication, but his teammates are getting the job done. Shanker's going to get a kill with the throwing knife. Chris trying to climb this mountain and see if he can hit a hot flank, but his teammates need him soon because this is a hot zone right now for quite a bit of teams. And Chris now with the high ground advantage, you better watch out for this guy.
Yeah, I love that he's positioning and taking that high ground, because that's something that you need to do. You should never peek from the same area that you were shooting from. You've already got one of the teammates fooled, so now you're right, trying to kind of reposition C, but you also need to realize, is it a moment for me to disengage, go get my teammate back? And they say, nah, we're gonna go ahead and clean this up. The team wipe comes in and the res goes off on Eric. You gotta keep moving, because this is what happens when you res in the open. Someone's gonna run that Gorenko anti-tank rifle and take you out. This is a weapon, Seymour, that we saw used a lot in the World Series of Warzone. It was coming out of EU in particular, and a lot of the NA people kind of started adapting it. That weapon is a near hit scan through mid-range, and it's just so insane, as you can see right there.
I mean, Zarua right there, he's like, burn it all down. He's got a Gatling gun on a helicopter, and he's ready to find some eliminations. through the tents. Nobody was home, so, nothing for him now. In fact, I think they just drove that heli right into the ground, so no more aerial presence for Full Sail Armada. But, yeah, the anti-tank rifle, it's nasty, it's deadly, and honestly scary when people are using it against me. I always try to, avoid it at all costs, because, you see exactly on screen. It was a perfect example of why you don't want to go up against it. So, PSA, just don't get shot by anti-tank rifles, I guess.
Yeah, just stay out of the line of sight. Just assume that someone is always looking at you with a sniper on Caldera. And we kind of talk about these things. With Caldera, it's such a larger map, but the distance between the points of interest, or POIs per se, are really large. So a lot of these fights that you're going to find yourself in are going to be in these open places. And look at Zorua right now getting a line of sight on an enemy, and that PPSH just absolutely laying that person down incredibly quick, and teammate going to fall, so they need to go ahead and get over there, get some assistance towards that teammate, but there are still some enemies in the AO. Yeah, this is going to be dicey.
And Full Sail, thorough with their checks, and there's a reason. Heavy populated will be these tents. Meathead down for now. Can Zorua get there in time? Trying to hurry up as fast as he can, and you will be able to get there in time for the resurrection of Meathead. Back to full strength for Full Sail for the moment, but again, you just got to be thinking, surrounded in these tents, a team on one side, a team on the other side. Where do you go at this point?
Away, hide, lay down, help, look for
Crawl
a helicopter.
In your bed and, pray.
Yeah, pull the blankets up so you don't have to worry. If you don't see it, it's not really there. No, you go out and you chow. But actually, Draco himself is going to break out that Gorenko, and you can see just how disgusting it is. Going to go ahead and knock two right there, throws a nade to kind of try and get a finish. But this is what you need to do. Look at this. Oh, come on, you can do it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah.
There we go. Elimination for Draco. As it looks like, that early game from Texas State Esports that they were frying has been a little bit quiet this time around. Only one elimination for Draco opposed to the 18 we saw in the past. But seems like they're still on high alert of a team to be around them here in sub-pens. And there it is, peeking like a groundhog. It's going to be a teammate or an opponent spotted, and at range right now, Draco is beaming with his submachine gun, and he's going to find a nice double kill there with the help of Tactic, and a full team wipe for Texas State Esports.
Super clean, and I love that you brought that up because I just went and looked at their scores. They had 34 eliminations in that first game they logged, so 57.8 points for their first game of the night, which is exactly what they need to do. If you can start kind of throwing down games that are above 50 points, you might find yourself in the top 3 by the end of the night. And I know we were talking with some people about how scores were getting submitted, and because you can go all the way till the end of that 4-hour time mark as long as your score is submitted by then. But some people were submitting scores within 2 minutes, and it was shaking up the leaderboard up until that time.
Warzone never sleeps. Neither does College Warzone, it seems like that. It is just a non-stop roller coaster of emotions that I am ready to take on. Missile locked on the helicopter. Draco's going to have to jump out, but they did see a team on the horizon. What they don't know is they're dropping right on top of somebody, so Johnny is going to have a little bit of a wake-up call. Draco there for the trade and the full elimination as well, so backing up his teammate. A little bit of revenge there for Texas State Esports, but where's the rest of the team? Where are the rest of their opponents? It looks like Tactics on a little bit of fire, so Draco needs to start helping out.
He's not even actually looking in that direction. He's got a new line of sight in front of him. He sees two, and he's like, you know what? I'm just going to take my Gorenko, and I'm going to shoot the people directly in front of me. Tactic is up, and all is well. So that's all that matters at this point, while his teammate is fighting it out in the gulag. He just basically wants to make sure that if you're sniping or utilizing this weapon, you are getting your fulls, because that's going to be the hardest part about it. Yes, it helps you kind of break that entry into the fight. You grab a knock, and your teammates that are maybe utilizing some AR SMGs can kind of close the distance. But if you wait for too long, you're letting them essentially full reset, and then the push is going to be a little bit spicier.
Well, here we see Draco in the flanco right now as he's got the submachine gun and looking to close this gap between the teams stuck in the tent. I don't even know if they're still there. Oh, we're going to Northwood now. Thugger is going to be on screen as Northwood repping 13 kills on Thugger alone. As this is a team who not only won the first qualifier, but the second one back-to-back. And I assume, with an 8th place finish last week, they want to turn that around in Qualifier 4.
Yeah, they have proved they are incredibly strong in that custom style format, but Northwood really wanting to jump back, and Thugger himself, 13 eliminations. They've made it to the top 4. They can really do solid here and get that 2x placement multiplier, which will essentially double all their kills. And look at this, just an absolute unit right now, picking up all the things, making sure they're getting all of their fulls, and just kind of moving on to the next vicinity. We're over towards Resort right now, and a lot of these fences can be utilized for cover. The issue is, since the large Resort building is still in the ring, people are going to be nestled up on top of that and basically just punishing you from maneuvering and having the low ground.
Well, 3 trios, 7 players, means 4 opponents for them to work with right now. And Thugger is doing 360s, YYs, ladder stalls, everything that he can possibly imagine to get away from the action for now. But, I mean, this circle, it is all but over. And Northwood University, it seems like they are the healthiest team out of the last 3 trios. So this is their game to lose, Tiff.
Yeah, and I love the positioning. You kind of just need to hold and see where that next zone is going to come in. Clearly, they don't have that information, but that team is nestled up on top of the building, and that automaton is trying to make something happen. But even if they get it down at this point, that team would be able to full reset. So you kind of need to focus and hide and utilize any cover that you have in the vicinity. But they're doing really well. And something that I want to note, while Thugger was finessing that open area, the deployable cover, so critical here in Caldera because of the open spaces, and you can utilize it exactly like that. But the fact that they're able to get a free rotation in towards the south of this building is kind of nutty. Now throwing nades, trying to cause some chaos, repositioning, I kind of like that. But look at the zone, Seymour. We're pulling away from the building into the open.
Yeah, Thugger's just going to position right alongside the building, see if he can, you know, catch some lemmings as they crawl over the cliff right now and take them 6 feet under. As Thugger has positioned himself in such a great spot to catch the rotations, and the rest of Northwood are waiting for him to strike so that they can back him up. They're just waiting for the time. As I imagine it should be soon. They have a whole minute to prepare for this. The team above them, they better be ready, because remember, there's still 3 trios. You know, I don't know how many are going to be separated. It could be a 2v2. It could be a 3-1. But it looks like Thugger, a little bit of trouble, going to be crossing the corner. And that is going to be the end of his life. And suddenly, potentially, even things up for all trios in this endgame.
Yeah, it looks like it may be potentially a 2v2v2, which could be spicy, but that peak right there towards the inside was the end of his life. But it did give his teammates that valuable information that they need to know. And sure, they're sitting at a 1.7x multiplier with the 3rd place, but that 2x would be so much better. And Seymour, this is something that I'm really excited, because if this is the Grau, I am incredibly grateful. The Grau was like in the meta so long ago, and it did have some buffs, so to see it kind of back in is really, really nice. Unless it's the kilo, then, you know, I'm crazy. But hey, to be able to use it like that and knock someone off the rooftop, that's the way to do it.
Whatever it is, right now Infinite is putting it to work. There's another one bites the dust for their opponents. The circle closing in. Tight-knit corners, a boxing match right now between these trios. Serpentine's going to come into effect for whoever Infinite is taking the shots at, and across the corner they're going to spot the other team. So right now, using every ounce of natural cover they can, Tiff, just to stay in this end game, as Bink will going to get brought back into the action. Infinite has to be careful. The circle pulling their way, and if you hold this wall close enough, you might be able to get the action before they even know it.
This is perfect. Infinite has such a clutch moment on this. They have the heartbeat sensor, and they're going to find a nice down right there. Going to get tagged up. It is literally him in a 1v1 situation. No plates, gets the early shots, is able to find the crack, and that's going to be a dub. 2x multiplier for Northwood right here. And, you know, if Infinite has 15, Thugger 14, and Bink 7, that's a massive game for them. That's going to be solid to log.
I don't know how many I had.
36 eliminations, Tiff, for Northwood at the end of that game. Absurd numbers. You know, it's exactly what I expect from the Timberwolves. You know, it might be absurd, but, like, this is the #1 team from CCL 2022 spring season, and now going into College Warzone, they look like the team to beat. And putting up numbers like that, I mean, right now rivaling them is going to be Texas State Esports and Queens University. What a game coming out from them.
What a game. They absolutely needed to do just that. Hey, you said it best. They got 8th last week, and they were like, you know what? We really want to run it back. We want to show just how great we are. And hey, with a game like that, they are doing exactly what they needed to do.
They are. Folks, we're going to throw it to a break, and while we're here, don't forget to watch out for the Fanatical giveaways going on all night long. But for now, we'll see you on the other side with the continuation of Qualifier 4. Welcome back to College Warzone. After our first set of games, things were nice and spicy inside of Caldera. How was it feeling, Tiff? I mean, I know that, you know, a couple of those games were like a little bit slow, but a couple of them were very, very hot.
I mean, that's the thing about Caldera, right? Is the pacing is incredibly challenging when you're inside a pub lobby and you're looking for those hot spots of people and knowing where to find them. So when you kind of are in a lull just looking for those players and then you suddenly find yourself in a hotbed of action, whether that be at Storage Town or Peak, that's when things get really spicy and you can really start racking up the eliminations. And we saw a lot of teams in particular do that. Specifically Northwood, which we just ended on them before break. I think they had like north of 70 points after that match. It was kind of wild.
No, it was wild. Just the end game, the way that they were playing, the way that they were holding that natural cover, everything was lining up to be a dub for Northwood. As usual for that team, but let's take a look at the leaderboards and see where they landed after that dub. Then Nixie was looking out for 94.3 points. Just underneath them, Queens Esports, the last qualifier, number 3 victors, 76 points. And then KSU COD, 67 points. So a lot of teams looking to give Northwood a run for their money again.
Yeah, I love that you brought that up because as soon as I saw this, I was like, Nixie is going to be so pumped to see that. And we got to see a little bit of Texas State Esports that is sitting in 4th right now, 57.8 points on the board. I believe that's just from one game alone. And as these scores kind of trickle in, friendly reminder, your top 5 games from this 4-hour window will be counting towards that score. So if you're not there just yet, just keep absolutely frying. And as I say frying, Benny Rick, Texas A&M Maroon, I believe that's on a 15 bomb right now with at least 39 people up. Just so he is locked, loaded, clearly turning up those sleeves, helped hit that stim, easy clean wipe, and just hiding out in the house. You can see it. He's feeling good, Seymour.
I mean, after what we were getting from him in the first set of games, I want to see Benny Rick turn things around because he had a very unfortunate position in Peak, and it did not end the way he was hoping for. And now, 17 eliminations, Texas A&M Maroon looking to turn around their score here in the next set. All 3 up as well, and seems for now they are safe and sound, Tiff. Not too many people giving them any pressure at the moment, but you still have 18 trios in the lobby, so a lot of action on the horizon.
A lot of action indeed, and that's just kind of how this map works. It's kind of a nice ebb and flow. You can see that Jira is being kind of hunted right now, but it's only a level 1 threat. Gonna go ahead and purchase a UAV and look for some enemies on the horizon. You can see a couple little red dots jutted out to the north, and Benny Rick says, all right, bet we're going. The pings are out so they can have those locations. And I think I just got a sneak peek at some of the other kills on the teammates there. So this could be a solid game if they can net themselves a higher multiplier. And Benny Rick looking to go for a 20 bomb here tonight, and if he keeps it up, he will smash my PR, Seymour, which is 25, and I am all for people beating my PR tonight.
I was about to say, we don't want that, but no, we do want that right now. Benny Rick, hot on pace to completely smash those records, as Draco and Texas State Esports still on pace with those hot scores that they were putting up earlier into this kill race, as it seems like they're on high alert of a team against them. It's a 2v1 in the end game. Circle's going to be moving in their favor, so now they just have to wait for whoever is hiding in the rocks to show themselves, and this should be game over, and Texas State should be looking at a win here.
Hey, and that's going to be that nice 2x multiplier, and that's going to be everything that they need, because that 10 eliminations on Draco will turn into 20 points, and we saw them already with 57.8, and someone in the horizon flying in, trying to hit him with the Gorenko, and no worries, teammate's going to get it, so a nice victory right there. So that's an easy 2x for this team. So that's the kind of the key to success here, right? You want to get yourself at least into that 1.85 or that 2x multiplier to really work hard. But jumping on board Queens Esports for the first time tonight, Seymour, they actually came out on top last week in the time kill race.
And they're in second place right now, so Queens Esports, you know, keeping on pace with, you know, their success in kill races. You know, a team who, you know, previously to that were 4th place in qualifier number 2, so already boosting their stocks inside of College Warzone. I mean, already placed in playoffs, so right now it's just, you know, extra on top of whatever they get throughout these qualifiers, and they do spot a player launching up into the air. 18 eliminations for Sue, so looking to, again, just completely rack up points left, right, and center throughout this game. And, closing in on the circle, look how small this circle is with only 16 trios. Or 8 trios, my bad.
No, this is going to be spicy. These houses, we're over near Arsenal and Docks, and a lot of these buildings you can hide in and play multiple levels, and you can't see very well in the corners. So as we get towards the end of this game, you'll see kind of people just nestled in some of these buildings, and you will be caught completely off guard. And it can really kind of throw your game when you're looking for multipliers, because right now they're sitting with that 1.35x, okay? So we are looking to make that better. Let's say 18 kills on a 2x multiplier. That's 36 points alone for Sue. And based on what I'm seeing here from the first game, they averaged 40 eliminations with 2 first places last week, Seymour. So they're on track and continuing on the work that they did last week and looking to improve on that, which I am all for.
Jen, another kill to rack up for Queens Esports as a opponent was trying to weasel their way into a building, and he says, no, not on my watch. Circle is going to be closing in 55 seconds, so it looks like they're trying to thoroughly make their way through these bunks as quick and as clean as possible. Bertha's going to be looking to make some noise here. Not what I would expect in an end circle, but here we are. And they're lighting it up. Yeah, you got to get out of that one. It's not going to be there for much longer as it was on fire, so opponent gets out, actually holds their life too, so manages to slip into a building.
You can hear it right now, asking for ammo. Only has about 106 or 16 rounds left for the weapon. And I haven't seen someone utilize a KG in a long time since a lot of the changes from Season 5. Still a really great gun, a few tweaks to it. But the mobility in the ADS is a little bit slower than some of the AR options that you can choose, but still incredibly strong. And Sue and Co. have seen there is a player nestled inside this building, and they are trying to evict him. You can see right there getting a nice down, looking to go out with the double kill, clean it up really nicely, make that a 20 bomb for Sue. This is why they came out on top last week, Seymour.
Yeah, Sue, they break the door down and they say, can I tell you, can I take a second out of your day to talk about our Lord and Savior Semtex? As they completely destroy this building from the inside out. And Queens Esports are now on 20 eliminations for Sue. This is a crazy game so far for them. I mean, this is the reason, Tiff, that they are in second place right now, looking to overtake that first place spot.
They're probably going to overtake it after this, because once they log their first 5 games, they're going to be incredibly high scoring. And then at that point, it's like, look, we've already done so much work and we've already had some stellar games. How do we improve upon what we've already done? Because you have to play these lobbies and push the pace and just push high POI to high populated POI. And you can see Sue got a line of sight on that enemy team that's kind of lurking on the outside of the main building here and trying to get a good line of sight. You don't want to re-peek. So he knows, obviously, the smart way to go about this. Gets a good sight, going to be able to get a crack, but unfortunately the player will evade them, and now Sue, only 4 plates to their name, going to have to re-ups on some of the supplies.
Look at those shots through the fence. I mean, Sue doing it all right now, still keeping eyes over into the building, over towards the southeast, as he's going to take quite a bit of damage. Now has to re-up on the armor satchels, get back out into the action. He's waiting for his chance. KG in hand, through the door he goes. Hello. Sight on right there with the gunfight, but Queens Esports now a little bit shaken up. 2 players on the ground. Jen has to go big.
Needs to go big or play for placement at this point, because right now they're sitting with about a 1.8, which is still incredibly strong, or I believe 1.6-ish. But I mean, regardless, still a really strong performance. They just needed that 2x. That was the only thing that could have made it better. Regardless, so a lot of elims right there, and they're going to be able to run it back just cleanly. But jumping on over to Bouncy, Alabama White, just kind of speedway through and through everything. You talked about the speed boost earlier, and they help you zoom.
I feel like every single time we go to Bouncy, he has that speed boost. He has been zooming throughout the maps, but Alabama White hasn't really been able to, find their way into those high placements so far. So I'm looking for a good game out of them. One of the new teams that we did highlight in College Warzone today, and looking to see if they can definitely boost their stocks here inside qualifier number 4 to see if they can make it into playoffs as soon as they show up as a new team. But quiet for now. They're liking their home. It's comfortable here. Nobody's bothering them. They're not bothering anybody. They're just setting up shop.
Hey, that's sometimes what you got to do. But if you are on a timed kill race, you need to kind of prioritize and find as many people in a short amount of time. There's 71 people still up in the lobby. So we are kind of on that early game site, and they may hear some people and they're kind of just waiting it out, saying, hey, just come through this door. It's totally fine. We only want to talk to you. It's like, no, we are literally going to decimate you the moment we see you. And I feel that's what they're doing. You can see Nigo right now kind of going down, and that's going to be rather unfortunate. They might be on the roof. You can see the red ping showing the up arrow, so they are on the top of them, and it's like, how do you get out of this situation? It's a pure open area around this building, so you need to eliminate the enemy targets and then leave.
You know, maybe if we were in the custom lobbies, you wouldn't get out of this building.
Right.
But still looking for their way out. Nico goes down. I thought they were all in this, so maybe just through a window, not watching the right way, and, you know, a little bit of a stray shot. He is now looking to fight for his life down in the lava pits. As Kirsch on screen from Florida Golf Course is going to take it a head-on-head gunfight. A little bit extra love, too, as he's going to be exiting the gulag. So Kirsch going to make it back to his team. 3 eliminations as well. Florida Gulf Coast back into the fray, and it looks like he's going to drop right onto the loadout.
Easy little reset right there. Grab your weapons. You can see there's a radar jammer just south of their loadout, so some people may be in the horizon down there. Something to keep aware of as you're kind of running through the open field. As that bounty comes through, gives all of that information that I was just thinking of. And now to take an open fight on Caldera with this field is going to be really dicey. You're not going to have a lot of trees or rocks to kind of utilize this cover as you find one of the only ones, and you are just looking for them. You can see right there. All right, come on, you got this. He's just standing there.
Good night.
Easy. Now just get the full or maybe get some information. It's going to be really tough because you're not going to see any red dots in this area for when people are shooting at you due to that radar jammer. But hopefully you can get some information or bait the res. Leave that player down for a long enough time period. Maybe the team will kind of weasel themselves out of their hiding place to try and help their teammate.
And he does have Crazy here, too, so should be a 2-on-2 if that player is still down on the ground, and kill confirmed, but it isn't going to be the one that they were hunting for, so still some work to be done here. Wheels joins in. He does glide on into the zone, and I mean, they're in the area, but they're underground, so it seems like they need to go a little bit deeper.
This is going to be dicey. I think they went ahead and utilized the transit system to kind of go ahead and get out. You can see that their bounty that was hunted, I think it was bounty for bounty. It's totally gone now. So they went some other place. But the thing is, where did they go? Now that it's expired, they're going to go ahead and hit the transit, relocate on the side of the map, and hope that they can kind of come out on the other side scot-free. It looks like you can see the enemy they were hunting went to mines. So they have chosen the wrong destination. But this is kind of smarter this way, except for you're going to pop up in the middle of nowhere and on the other side of airfield. Maybe there'll be some players kind of yes, you hear the call out right there. Players in the big hangar. There is a buyback, which is another way to identify if there are enemies nearby. So now Kirch & Co. going to go on the attack right now, trying to find some information. You can see the players are scattered out, running through the buildings.
Shoots a little bit too soon, too. Maybe gives away the positioning for his squad. The buyback, if it hasn't come in just yet, I mean, that player's going to take a little bit of time to get down here. You know, FGCU, they can play their numbers here, and it does look like Kirsch wants to get right into the hangar. Serpentine coming into effect. It's going to keep the player alive for now, but not done just yet as Kirsch, as he's looking to close this gap through the window.
Yeah, Serpentine is just really spicy, Seymour. I mean, they even kind of changed it up a little bit, right? They lessened the damage incoming and kind of reworked it, but still can be a nuisance for teams, especially in a timed kill race. They are going to find that reposition, and team wipe right there. I was a little bit nervous. Seymour, but Kirch able to pull it off, and he's very cool, calm, and collected about it. And I'm looking at the scoreboard right now. It looks like we had an 82-point game come in from VCU off screen, so excited to see how those boys are doing, and maybe they want to find themselves in the top 3 tonight after placing just outside.
And for now, they squeeze into top 2, so VCU doing their best to try to get that qualifier spot that they have been so close to grabbing in the past. Well, Kirsch after that, I mean, now FGCU, they have big chilling for now as their bounty is going to expire, as, you know, they chose the wrong way, you know, through the transit system. You see that their teammate's going to hop into a plane, see if you can get a little bit of oversight to their area. We're going to snap over to OG Capo for Illini COD. Number 1 team going through that break. Now they've dropped down a little bit. Can they hold on to this? Looking for a big game right here. OG Capo only with 1 elimination, but his teammates find a big team wipe on the inside. Axie leading the charge there. Shufi backing him up, and there's some big kills to pick up right now for your Illini.
Yeah, I mean, the lobby's still incredibly healthy. They're still 80 up. So now is the time to kind of work on increasing those numbers. And you can just see they are so aggressive, just hunting throughout this map. Another person cracked incredibly in front of them. And it's just the way that they're playing that's really well. Now, sure, they might be in 5th place overall at the time being, but the thing is, they may not have as many games in that the top of the leaderboard has in. So it's kind of really hard to see, and it's going to shake up all throughout the night. We have 4 hours as a reminder for these players to get their 5 best games in, and OG Capo is just saying, hey, I am laying down the damage if we can only get the thirsts.
A little bit of live leaderboard update. Queens Esports first place, VCU second place, Texas State Esports third, Northwood, and then Illini just on the outside of those qualifier spots. The VCU, I mean, the team you and I both were looking at to turn things around here in qualifier 4 and finally make their way into a playoff spot. They've been so close in the past, and again they find themselves in top 3.
Hey, they're doing what they need to do, and someone else that's doing what they need to do is OG Capo with that PPSH, adding another elim to the total, make that 3 for them. UAV up and at him, and you can see right now on the beachfront, they are chasing an enemy, and it's like, look, they were just trying to go to the beach, have a good time, maybe look at the ocean, and OG Capo is like, nah, bro, I'm gonna send you back to the lobby, just you wait.
Yeah, out on the beaches, Capo just looking for an angle. Oh no, Shufi goes down. You have to be careful now if you're Illini caught without that teammate there. Things are going to be a little bit dicey here, trying to play a little bit of ring around the rosy, but on the outside of the beaches, finally, Capo will take down his prey. Now you have to turn tail because your teammate's in a little bit of trouble. Axie alone, very separated from OG Capo as well, Tiff. They are on complete different ends right now of the zone, of this point of interest, so OG Capo and Axie, they have to be very careful in the next move.
I respect it, and I'm going to tell you why. Because I watch a lot of different styles, like 2v2. I watch a lot of things when players kind of go out. Sometimes these players will practice. They'll say, hey, I'm going to go duo quad, or I'm going to solo fill in a duo lobby to practice my 1v2ing skills. But if you can split a POI, you can cover more ground and enemy players if you're comfortable in that fight. You still have the gulag available to you. So if you do fall, you're going to go fight it out in the lava depths of, you know, basically in the gulag. You got a 50-50 chance of coming back, and OG Capo gonna get tagged up, forced to kind of re-stim it out and assess where he is located. This tree is not gonna be enough cover, and that enemy has Combat Scout, which is gonna prove to be a massive thorn in your side, able to get fully re-shielded out, but now they know where you are. So you have to rely on your teammates to kind of collapse in and maybe suppress that fire to help you out. But they're doing really well as a team together.
Nice shots from Capo. Shufi's here too. So they turn the tides of battle right now, as you can see Axie's dot on the other end. A full pinch coming through from Illini caught, and there it is, the team wipe coming out as they completely suffocate their opponents and just boost the amount of kills they have in this race. 5 for Capo alone. I know Shufi and Axie earlier were leading the charge into a couple battles, so I can imagine that this team are thriving right now in this game.
See, that's the key to success right there. They were so separated throughout that POI, like you had mentioned, kind of towards the start of that engagement. But throughout that fight, his teammates were like, hey, we will help you. We understand that you're kind of stuck. And you mentioned they suffocated in. So it was played incredibly well. Had they not had good team chemistry or comms, that would have went totally different. And now getting the loadout, changing some things up, getting different perks, you know, Shufi coming back from the gulag, getting the loadout weapons, and now looking for their next fight. You can see the bounties in the horizon along with the radar jammer, and they are going to just full send and keep the momentum going.
Yeah, they have another bounty, so looking to eliminate the player over inside of Factory.
Ooh, that's going to be spicy. That POI is intense, Seymour.
Is it, or is it on the other end? I thought they were closing in on a team here with the bounty, but it doesn't look like it's highlighted on the minimap. So this must be a totally different team. I mean, they have 2.5 minutes to get over to that bounty squad. So if they get this cleanup quick, I mean, they can still make it in time to go fight that bounty team.
Yeah, this is going to be that edge of docks, and a lot of these buildings have multiple levels in them or different access points and so many windows to be able to utilize and looking for teams. So you can see right now they're kind of doing a split push on them, dropping down through the bridge, trying to get a line of sight, able to lay down some damage, does crack one, but unfortunately gets cracked himself and is forced to reposition, kind of trying to get some shields. Maybe Exy and Shufi can push in and cover some damage, so OG Capo does not get full sent on. You can hear the comms are flying, and they are looking to clean this up. One escapes from the backhand. They just put it all together.
Run it down. Hunt him. Axie's going to get eyes on. But it's going to be the last kill for OG Capo and the team wipe. They get it done quick as ever. Still a minute 30 in that bounty too. So if they're fast enough, if they can find a redeploy, I mean, they can make it all the way over to that bounty and hopefully get another squad wipe for Illini. That team is looking good right now in their game. But let's move over to Alabama. Wipe on board with bounty again. Low kill game. 2 eliminations for bounty, but the team still up and 3 or 7 trios to be going up against in this last little bit of the circle.
Yeah, and they're going to need to clean up as much of the enemy players in this lobby as they can, because you can see, you're right, 10 other players and just trying to find a line of sight. They are on the top end of the edge of the map, which is great. It kind of gives you a good line of sight for the rest of the zone, but pushing into mines can be incredibly challenging. We talk about some of these POIs that just have multiple levels to them, and they have like these dark crevice corners that people like to hide in, because you got to remind yourself, guys, they are in public lobbies. You cannot necessarily say how any one particular person is going to play. They could be sweats, they could be campy, and being able to assess the level of players that you're coming up upon in a public lobby is something that can be really instrumental to your success, right? You roll up on a sweat squad and you're like, hey, maybe we need to reposition and reassess the way we engage with this team, but also trying to clear it out, because you don't know, are they sitting in there with bouncing betties lining the doors, maybe some heartbeat sensors in hand? You could come upon anything going into some of these buildings, Seymour.
Yeah, you pull up on a team and you're thinking to yourself after that, you're just like, do I really want to be here? You know, just in the position that I found myself. So you got to be careful when you're moving in, that you're thorough in checking exactly where you want to be. And it looks like Nyko's going to find himself in a little bit of battle, but MSJ through the door lines up too. From above, they're getting a little bit of shot. So in the attic, there's some opponents to be watching out for. As not done yet, Alabama White still 4 trios in this lobby, including themselves. So they have to be careful at what's going on inside of this factory.
Yeah, not the little rats in the attic just peeking their head out for a little chance at some cheese. Not them. So, you know, at this point, they're just going to play it a little bit slower and just keep an eye out and just know, hey, there is a team above us. Let's be hyper aware of that, because there are multiple areas for them to be able to peek this. And of course, yes, you've got gas masks. You've got a plenty of shields. You are sitting up really nicely, even utilizing that PDS as well, which we typically don't see a lot of utilization from that, but it can help you if you're trying to wait out a team in a building that is trying to jump off the top. Throw it on your PDS. The issue is they're so loud. So what I've actually seen people do with those is they will throw them down and use it as kind of an audio clutter, right? Make someone think that you're there, but actually rotate the other way.
Just a little bamboozle on the map.
Yeah.
Smart plays, 200 IQ. But Alabama White, I mean, not too far from the zone. They are going to have to cross through open territory just to get to these buildings. It looks like they're looking to take their chance now before the action ensues, before it gets a little bit chaotic. So they're going to take control of this building, stack up, watch for teams, you know, following them. This is smart plays right here from Alabama White, a team who hasn't seen much showcase just yet in today's College Warzone qualifier. A win here might put them on the map.
That's exactly what they're going to need. I'm kind of looking to see where they're located on the scoreboard right now. You're right, sitting kind of north toward the bottom. That could be because they haven't submitted their scores just yet, so we're kind of pending to see where they come in at. But you can see, hey, the team that was kind of above us is still in the gas. I haven't seen them rotate in just yet. We did see a little bit of information, just kind of waiting for any kind of cue, whether that be audio, whether that be anything. There is a heartbeat right there. You could technically pick it up and do a little test if you really want to.
Doesn't seem like he wants to right now.
Right?
I mean, they might have gone around the back.
True.
They might have gone around the back of that factory. So eyes forward now to this endgame circle. Things quiet. I mean, 7 players left to go up against here Who's going to make the first move? You imagine that. You make a move, you might be good as dead, and Nyko's going to find the first victim. Alabama White continuing to just rack up these points.
The information coming out. The only other building inside the ring is where they are. So Bouncy trying to do a little bit of finessing and get inside this building, does get tagged up. So there's still some people lurking within, but Nyko gonna find a nice team wipe, and now it's just them and one other squad. But unfortunately, MSJ and Bouncy are both down for the count. So Nyko is gonna have to clutch this up. But with gas mask potentially in hand, this could be a moment for them to go ahead and I lied. No gas mask for Bouncy. Hopefully, yes, 2 stims to their name, but a PDS. This is where it comes in incredible. Oh, wait, where'd the PDS go?
The PDS just got completely wiped off. They got so far to go too, Tiff.
Oh,
the PDS,
no.
It's there. It's holding them for now, but you got to go. And there's a long, treacherous road in front of you, and it looks like the team already making it so hard. Bouncy goes down. Nyko makes it for now, but he's going to be sniped from the top ropes, and it is going to be a second place finish there for Alabama White. 10 kills for Nyko, 4 for their teammate, 2 for Bouncy. A total of 16 there for a second place finish. Not too shabby for Alabama White.
Not too shabby indeed. A nice little 1.85x multiplier, but let's see where the CSU Rams are up to. Looks like a nice little STG action towards the end game. Staka with 9 eliminations and 2 other teams, so they're looking to kind of close this out and find a nice multiplier for themselves as well.
Yeah, CSU Rams sitting in 9th place. Looking to completely turn things around with this dub. 2 trios to watch out for is laying down. It's going to be a team wipe there, down to the last one. 2v2. Have information as well. Stock is going to get eyes on. Early shot should be able to close this gap, as they're completely holding them on 2 different angles. A crossfire set up between Optimal Flames and Staka. This is brilliant. And they have circle.
I think I'm gonna move from this. This is an easy win.
You hear it come in from the comms. I'm not gonna move from this. This is an easy win. Knocks one, gets a crack on the other, throws the nade, stims and repositions, and look at that, just looking for the last kill right there. Easy cleanup and a nice 2x multiplier for the CSU Rams. That's going to be a solid moment for them. I see 28, I see 4, 32 times 2, 64 points. And look, I don't do math often, chat. I don't do math often, and we just did it. I hope it was correct, and if not, Seymour, don't judge me.
I won't judge. Math is hard as a caster.
It really is. No one ever shows love for that. Caster math is incredibly challenging.
It's just, you know, quick math, it's difficult when there's so much to already think about. But CSU Rams, there are dubs on dubs on dubs to now look to see if they can move higher on the leaderboard from that 9th place spot. University of North America Dragons. Auburn on screen. 9 eliminations, having a game. Into the end circle. 7 other trios. 12 other players. And it looks like he wants to switch weapons a little bit. Illini caught in a little bit of trouble here. Capo's in the gulag. Still both players healthy as ever. It's the stim. Bounces out. Easy as ever.
Ooh, it's the stim. Let me just tell you, that stim was mission critical for that gulag success. The timing could not have been more impeccable, and make that 14 eliminations as they go back, grab the loadout that's there and available to them, and they can go on hunting. When we last checked in with this team, I believe OG Capo had about 5 eliminations, so they have been putting in the work, Seymour.
Yes, they have. Illini card now. Look to hold strong in their placings as they're close to the top of the leaderboard now. Dropping down to 7th, but we saw them in 1st place moments ago. Looking to climb back up into that spot. And again, Capo, 14 eliminations. I mean, he has been on fire today. So the ring's going to close. 11 trios still left in this lobby. Lots of work to be done for Illini COD, so a lot of eliminations that you can potentially have.
Ooh, yeah. I'm just trying to listen to what their kind of strat is. They know there's kids on the roof nearby, so they don't want to get caught outside of them. So I think this rotation through the open or holding this right side is going to be kind of critical for them, because if there is someone on the lower beach area, they should be able to kind of look over on them, but they just need to get into that next zone, and they are doing incredibly well here. You've netted yourself a 1.25x multiplier, but these 14 elims, imagine that with a 2x. They're currently sitting in 7th place with 94.3 points. So if you have a 50-plus point game in one of your 5 right here, that is going to jut you up that leaderboard. But look at this player just flying in, trying to get to the loadout. It is open season for OG Capo right now, looking to try and get a 20 bomb of their own and trying to close the distance. You just need to watch out because we know potentially snipers can be lurking, and that's not where you want to be caught out. But you see the loadout disappearing, so they know team wipe, it's over and out. On to the next one.
Well, I guess they're playing Harry Houdini because that guy just up and vanished. I have no idea where the second one went, but OG Capo, he says this is a no-fly zone. You better get down from those parachutes real quick, or that's going to be more eliminations for odds, and it was at the end of it. The line icon keep things counting. Let's take a look at that scoreboard, Tiff. Let's take a look at where teams are going to be at, just to see where if Illini are into that top 5. No, they're not. Queens Esports, they're still in first place. Now, Texas State Esports have overtaken VCU, as well as CSU Rams with that dub. KSU drops down to 5th place with 98 points, so not yet going to be topping off into those qualifier spots, but look at this now, picture in picture.
A little bit spicy here for the broadcast. Let's go ahead and see what we got. Ooh, we even have a live leaderboard talking about the bottom. I like this. The POV. Look at OG Capo right now getting completely tagged up, able to grab it down behind him, getting spicy. Meanwhile, Wheels on the left side just trying to hold on tight to get a 2x multiplier with that automaton looking for some information. We're getting some spicy action here.
Oh! Capo to do it to him. He is crisp, concise, and beaming right now in Warzone. He's got wheels. I know he's got wheels as a teammate, but he's got wheels on his feet. Just gliding through the map. Taking kill on kill. And they know that there's teams on the horizon. They know they've boxed them out. They can see them hiding behind those trees. But they don't know where the teammates are. They're going to get stunned up. Now, Capo suddenly in a little bit of trouble, Tiff.
Yeah, when you get double stunned, the fact that they haven't pushed and they waited for him to go ahead and shake it off, and then he's still able to get that elimination, that's just so spicy. Finds another down. He will end up with a 20 bomb if he keeps up the momentum like this. Gonna go ahead and reshield, but this fact that they're in such an open position, and Wheels, unfortunately, on the left, still gonna end up in 3rd. All of that waiting not going to pay off, but at one point, you know, 7-ish multiplier, I believe, is still really beneficial. It's not like you're going home with nothing on that game, and something, if you're not happy with it towards the end, you can always drop it out. Reminder, chat, best 5 games of the evening will go into your score, and we will keep updating you with that nice little live leaderboard throughout the side as well.
Yeah, it's just as many drops as you can get in 4 hours. 5 of those good drops will go towards your leaderboard. You want to make sure that you're getting as many as you can, but at the same time, you only need 5. So FGCU, a 3rd place finish there. Not too bad, but I know they're looking for 2nd and 1st. UAV going to be called in from Capo. They know players just on the other side of this hill. 2 trios left, 8 players. So other than the 3 of them, I mean, it should be what? Could be 2 full squads and maybe a rat? And it looks like the rat is the one that's closest to them.
Yeah, they just need to go ahead and evict that rat. They've got a line of sight, but there's no reason for them to overextend throughout their cover and get tagged up by the other team. You just gotta wait. That player's like, oh no, I should not have left my cover, unfortunately. And they did not get a team wipe on that, so that was not going to be the rat. So to know that there are some other areas available, and you can see right there, Exy going to fall, unfortunately, but almost, this is one of those moments where I'd be like, dude, bro, just pop. We'll buy you back. There's a buy station right out back, and it's just not worth me to kind of push over there.
The only thing is that the buy station is where those enemy players are. So, I mean, you do have to get a little bit dicey too, but mobile right behind him. I did not see the mobile, but you know what? Looking out for me right there, Tiff. So,
I got
gonna buy back Exy right immediately. He does pop, and Capo not done yet. On the horizon, another one bites the dust. 19 kills now for Capo and his auto. He's in the back pocket. His submachine gun's looking to get a little bit dicey here in the close quarters.
Oh, this is gonna be tough for him. He's able to pick up some ammo right there because he was down to 36 bullets. Now he's got a little bit of a despair. He's got 2 clips, and you know, you've only got 2 other people left in the lobby to fight, but you need to get every single one of them. You don't want the other 2 enemies taking themselves out. You want to find them all and eliminate. You can see right there going back for the buy. Oh, you know what? You know what I would have done? There's a nice victory right there. What if they would have left a bag of cash on the buy station that was right in front of them to get them to buy back their teams, and they just farmed them? Seymour, that would have been so spicy.
Does that count as BM? Would that be toxic?
No, that would.
No,
I mean, that's not toxic.
It's calculated.
It's like, hello, I'm just trying to help you. But I mean, a 20 bomb regardless. Going to be a really high scoring game for them. But hey, Bells from Niner Esports and a little bit of engagement right here, trying to evict the people from the house next to them. And 11 players left in the lobby, concluding all of the members of Niner Esports, and 7 elims for Bells. So this is going to be a really good scoring game for them. They just need to clean it up and get the rest of the lobby to them.
Yeah, you know, I don't want to take anything away from Illini, though. That was a 42 kill game. So, you mean like 84 kill points there at the end of it is just a disgusting conglomerate in boosting their stocks. I can imagine that I'm about to see them rise on the leaderboard before my eyes. But, you know, talking about a little bit of a rise as I'm looking at it, Northwood's actually jumped to the top. So that's a little bit of a shocker for me, as they've been, you know, quiet since that dub. They are going to be there now. But Niner Esports. End circle here. You do see the cluster strike on the mini-map, so a little bit of a giveaway where some of these trios are, but you have to be careful of your Bells, because right now you're a little bit kind of in no man's land. Not a lot of cover here.
Yeah, that's just one of those things, and you don't have a deployable cover to be able to kind of help yourself in these open situations. You have Rage Serum in your hand, and that's not really going to benefit you that much right now, and just trying to hold any cover you can get and pick up eliminations on the way. You can see Bell's going to find a nice down right there. They have a cluster of their own out, and it's kind of shaking things up quite literally. There is a red dot that popped up right behind them, so they need to keep aware that on the left of Smiley, there is an enemy, so hopefully can go on and clean that up as well. But you know, they're just looking for 4 other players in this lobby, and that will be a victory for them.
Yeah, Smiley has dropped extremely low, but still alive for the count, as Bells is just, yeah, he has no worry in the world right now, and he should, because out from the bridge, it's a little bit of a troll, and Smiley does have his back, but it's not enough to keep your player alive, and oh my goodness, he is a rattling prone.
Yep.
Just underneath, as the rest of Niner Esports are trying to keep things strong for their team. 3 trios, 2 excluding themselves, but only 2 for them. Look at how many players left. This is a 2v1v1. I mean, this is totally winnable for Niner Esports.
Oh, this is winnable. Just play your life. That player looks like they're making an extreme gas play, but you know there is a troll under the bridge, and Smiley gets the crack. Now they just need to evict him out. No nonsense here for that little troll bridge right there, and you see the players just going to jump down on them and evict them, and that's a W right there. 2x multiplier for Niner Esports. I see 12, I see 20, a nice 40-point game, and I feel like 40 points... 40 to 45 is going to be the average that we see here tonight. And if you want to have a real standout, like we saw Northwood drop a 70-point game, I think, earlier, and just finding games like that can be incredibly challenging in a 4-hour time window. But if you just get lucky and you are on one tonight and you're like, you know, all of my shots are good, I'm just playing really aggressive, my comms, my team, everyone's working well tonight, you could just show out exactly like Northwood or Cincinnati COD right now. Fatal right now, 12 eliminations, looking to get in a high multiplier, and they just rolled up on an entire team, and look at the way the UGM just decimates.
Yeah, rolling up, just a stroll in the park, and, you know, they see some enemies, and they're like, okay, this is our chance to get even more on top of this game for now. So they get 2 downs. Haven't closed the gap just yet for this last player, as those down players, I'm sure, are shimmying to that shack as fast as they can. But Cincinnati COD, I mean, I'm surprised they're not just rushing this right now. With the amount of knocks they got early on, they are playing extremely timid.
You kind of have to, because let's just say they don't know where that other enemy team is, and if they full push this, they could get absolutely collapsed upon from the back, because typically, you know how battle royales work. It's the game of third parties, and look at that, still getting a lot of thirst and no real buy stations left in the circle. But just as I say that, they're going to be completely fooled, and that's really unfortunate. That's what happens when you overextend out into the open without real consequence, because you can see, hey, line of sight, they are getting flanked, and a cluster is going to go out, but Fatal going to have to clutch it up for the team, takes to high ground and repositions and is getting tagged up from all areas, and unfortunately going to go out in third. They just got pinched, and that is unlucky.
Unlucky indeed, Fatal. I mean, you tried to do everything you can in a 1v6. Just not enough, as it looked like we did take a moment to look at Texas State Esports, but we're going to go to Queens instead. A little bit of trouble with the stream that we were looking at. So, Sue, again, I mean, to talk about a monster inside of College Warzone, this guy dropped 20 kills earlier. Maybe not for the dub, but I mean, for enough to, get them close to the dub. So looking at him to have another monstrous performance like that, only 5 eliminations right now, but there's time.
Yeah, I'm going to respect that he's running the XM4 as well. This used to be one of my favorite weapons, and I don't really frequent it anymore in Caldera per se, but it hits incredibly hard, and I love to see it kind of coming out here today, because obviously Sue is doing something incredibly right to score a 20 bomb, has 5 eliminations to their name thus far, and I'm looking at the scoreboard right now. They're currently sitting in third place with 140.5 points. So they are nearing that 150 point threshold as Sue gets absolutely tagged up, has no ammo for the AR, and is only relegated to utilizing that SMG. So that's going to be really dicey as they are just getting kind of picked off, and now a cluster coming their way. And Sue is just like, hey, I think it's coming from this building. I'm going to kind of invade. And you can see right there, heartbeat out, 2 pings. So let's go ahead and clean it up. They may be upstairs. Where are they lurking, Seymour?
I love that the bounty right now on their head is protect Sue, but Sue's like, I am the danger. You're not the danger. It's me. I'm the threat, and you better watch out, because he is looking to take this fight head on. So slow at getting through this, but I mean, using that heartbeat sensor, he is closing this distance 1 floor at a time, Tiff, and going out onto the balcony. They should be right in front of him. I mean, they should be maybe even right above him.
Yeah, and they probably are holding that area, so utilizing the ladder is probably like the safest way. But I'm surprised they're peeking from the same area, and not I say it's the safest way, but they were like ready and waiting. Who knows? They might have heartbeat sensors of their own, and that's rather unfortunate, because now Sue, last alive, kind of needs to either back away, hit this balloon, and kind of reposition, maybe do a supply run, or maybe a scavenger get some cash, because unfortunately, he only has $200 to his name, and he needs $6K to get his teammates both back.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to get them back. You say, like, safest way in quotation marks. Like, it's something. It's a chance, but not good enough of a chance for Queens Esports to, get through the situation that they are in. So let's look at Draco for Texas State Esports again, as 3 eliminations for Draco at the moment, but it does seem like there's somebody inside this building, and Texas State Esports looking to get a little bit dirty on the inside. The fight's coming through. You can hear it. You can hear the comms too. That Doobie's taking the fight, and he even finds an elimination too. So even more for them through the window. Shots ring out, and Draco, beautiful shots.
Yeah, they're coming in with the ring, and just it seems like a lot of people are making their rotation into zone, and they're reaping all of the benefits, finding gas masks, finding well-needed ammo and plates, and now they can kind of really divvy up their cash. But hey, the calls come out. There's another player, and you can see the enemy is going to be able to take one of the teammates down. A shield crack coming in, but oh my gosh, a team wipe, a reset. That is everything that they need to do. Currently, this team is sitting in 4th place with 132.8 points. We've seen some big games coming out of them, and now they just need to get through this rotation. They are on the edge of the zone, and it's a little spicy. Ooh!
They did it. They overtook first place yet again with that huge performance that we saw. The 20 bomb from Capo was enough to get it done. Draco's gonna get that anti-take, the Grogo. Is it the Groga?
The Garanko.
The Garanko. Why am I thinking Groga? Like I'm thinking like Gorgu. It's like from what, The Mandalorian. just so many G's that I'm thinking of, but Garanko for sure is going to be in Draco's hand, and now looking to just completely hold off the players looking to gatekeep Texas State Esports.
Yeah, it's like you can get gatekept or you can do the gatekeeping, and I'm really not a fan of being gatekept, and they're just rotating in with the ring. However, this is a really good strategy to try and find enemy players that are also on that late rotation, right? Like, there's only, I think, about 19 players up left in the lobby, including this team, and you can see drop it on one right now, make that two. Can they clean it up? Draco just getting a little crazy with that. PPSH is forced to reload, but they are able to work together to get that down and now make that 7 eliminations for Draco. They want to find themselves back in that top 3. In chat, if you're watching, if you're enjoying the action, I'd be curious to hear who are some of the teams that you're rooting for tonight. Have the players that you are kind of supporting already qualified for the College Warzone playoffs, or is there a team that you're like, hey, they haven't qualified yet, but I think they can do it tonight? I want to hear. Stand up for your school.
Yeah, I mean, this is college after all. Show some school spirit. Let's see. Rooting in chat. Who do you want to win? I want to even see the school chants go through. Imagine just Twitch chat lighting up with the school chants would be absolutely crazy. But
it would be spicy. That is for sure, Seymour. But look at this house they've set themselves in, and you see Draco breaking out the Garanko. Look at that.
It's a nice house. It's a good set of property, too, for the end circle. Well, maybe not the best set of property, as they're still on the outside of the circle, but enough for Draco to maybe, like, look for some players still rotating in with the circle, just like they were. See if they can have a safe route of passage into it. There's only 4 other trios, so this definitely is going to be the end game for Texas State Esports.
End game indeed, and every team that gets eliminated from here on out will increase their multiplier throughout. But the risk that you take right now is you're like, hey, there's other teams left in such a small space. My only thing is I don't want them eliminating each other, because you need to get as many elimination points as you can possibly scavenge. So that's kind of what they need to do, but taking to the roof is a risky business. We've seen some of these teams get caught out and sniped of their own, but Draco looks to have potentially sighted some players out in those houses. But homie is just chilling, locked in, taking a sip of a hydrating beverage, because he knows he's doing work here tonight.
Yeah, chat, don't forget, stay hydrated too. Draco knows what's up, so that's, what makes champions too, hydrating on water. That's what champions do. So, see if Draco can walk away with the dub. 5 trios has cut down to 3, so less eliminations for them, but better chance for them to take the dub here and get that 2x multiplier. Enemy UAV, so Draco's got to be careful. He's out in no man's land. Not a lot of cover, and still a long way to, walk through this open area just to get into that safe zone.
Yeah, and that's really dicey. And oh my gosh, the shot's coming in. They have Combat Scout, and that's going to be rather unfortunate. You can see the teams are getting tagged up and forced to reshield here. When all those UAVs were getting popped, something they changed about Ghost a few seasons back is that even, I don't know if he has it on, but you have to keep moving for it to take effect. And the way they were caught out so quickly on that open area, it's safe to say they're probably not running Ghost. It's just not going to benefit them. You want a more aggressive perk choice for this style of tournament, and you can see there is a member chilling inside these houses, and they're just gonna full push this team.
Yeah, it's just full send right now for Texas State.
He stunned me.
Stun on both players.
Oh, I'm dead, dude. He's stunned.
And in the bush, teammate goes down. That's Judy.
In the building across.
2v3v2 it looks like right now. Draco with the anti-tank rifle will be able to get the down on the one. The knock now. Look at slide from the storm. Gets the second one. Not a full team wipe, so has to be careful. Third one should be somewhere around that. Now Tactic is down, so Draco, I mean, it's all up to him to make a really big play right here. Still 7 players, including himself and Draco, so not yet out of the danger zone.
Yeah, they still have to push, but getting that res was really critical, except for Tactics. Someone's got a line of sight on you, throwing out that snapshot. Let's help it. Maybe we can get some connections with the Granko, but the PPSH in hand, gonna switch quick. Not going to be enough, and unfortunately gonna go out in 3rd place, but still, overall, high kill game and some nice placement multipliers and a nice sip of hydration. If people don't remind you to hydrate, do you even hydrate? I'm expecting every one of you in chat to raise your glass right now and take a sip of water, because you've got to be parched from all this action.
It's honestly, it's breathtaking sometimes seeing the amount of action going throughout this College Warzone stream, especially because it's just non-stop. I mean, round after round after round, just drop after drop. It's just nonstop Warzone until 12 a.m. Eastern time. And folks, that's going to be the second block of action for us here on stream. Before we go to a break, don't forget to check out Goats and Glory, America's Navy, because they are proud sponsors and they are wonderful. Go check them out on their socials: Facebook, Twitter, Insta, America's Navy, all one word, as well as go to Navy.com if you're interested to check out anything more. Big shout out to America's Navy. Thank you for sponsoring College Warzone. But that's going to be all for the second block right now of our qualifier number 4. When we return, it is going to be the continuation to see how these teams fare out. It's not like the fact that you are quiet, but it's also, you know, in my ear, like, Tiff is also really loud, so it's like she's loud and you're quiet. Welcome back after a quick break. Hope you all hydrated while we were waiting, because I'm sure these teams have been still grinding it out inside Caldera. And when we get back, we're going to be right into the hot action that has been College Warzone. My name is Seymour. Alongside me, Spider Tiff. And Tiff, after now, 2 sets of blocks, how are we feeling?
We're feeling pretty good. I'm actually really impressed with a lot of these teams' abilities to make it towards that end game. And some teams that have really been standing out in particular are going to find their way to the top of this leaderboard. You're looking at Texas State Esports, Draco & Co., 183.8 points, and I COD, 178.3 in third place. Northwood Esports, 163.1. But let's just talk about this for a second, Seymour, because one of their games is approximately 70 points, which is allocating for at least almost half of those points in general. So I feel like we're reaching the point where a lot of these teams are starting to get their 4th and 5th games kind of logged and just ready to improve upon those scores throughout the night.
And even still, it's only like 10 p.m. Tiff, so there is still a lot to go through. And we talk about, high kill games. Illini in 2nd place with their 84-point game that we saw on stream. It's just monstrous. Demon hours for these players right now. And we get back in with Illini COD. Capo, the only one still kicking with the squad. And he is just completely taking things over. I mean, he is 1v3ing.
I mean, can you even say anything like you knew this was going to happen? Capo is just absolutely decimating. He's trying to work his way up this mountain, and I feel like this is one of those moments. But I feel like if you're going to buy your teammate back, throwing on Rage Serum isn't really the... I'm just, maybe we'll give you a little bit of a speed boost, but bro, you are galloping towards this buy station like a full-on stallion.
He's just faster than a speeding bullet right now. I mean, this guy is literally buying back his teammates within milliseconds, like using every frame imaginable to get things done right now. And it has 4,000, so he can buy back the other one. Unfortunately, taking a little bit of heat from some oncoming players. It's going to have to be troubling to get this team back or get this last teammate into the mix. Exy trying to help out, but he's going to go down as well. Capo back to the solo dolo mission. Submachine gun in hand. Gets the buyback. I mean, this guy is finessing right now into the building. He is an unstoppable force in College Warzone. The Snapperoo too, just to make it even better. Playing a little ring around the Rosie, and he is leading the dance right now. Almost unstoppable. OG Capo is a one-man army.
Look, the movement that y'all just witnessed was absolutely textbook. It rivals Joe Woe, blowing through these buildings, utilizing stims, PPSH in hand, just absolutely being a menace. But Exy landing on his teammates, and this is going to be really challenging because this is where those players were and not able to find any loot. If I'm him, I would have been like, hey, I'm landing on that PPSH. Oh, when you find your loot or someone's loot, it is like a moment that can be not described. And now just trying to come and clutch 10 enemy in the lobby and 3 line in hand, not able to connect. Seymour.
I can't wait to watch this.
Oh, this guy, come on, you gotta hit those Exy right now. I mean, you are against the ropes. No kills at the end there. Good tries from the comms. I mean, it's something about it though. Joe Woe, Capo, something about the O's. They move different.
I mean, they definitely do, but unfortunately, the Rogue 3 line was going to be the nail in the coffin for Exy, and you could see kind of as you're utilizing that sniper just how the flinch resistance is. But now jumping on over to Bouncy from Alabama White, finding himself chilling inside a bathroom, waiting for someone to try and, enter his home. It's like, hey, I think there's some home invaders nearby. I'm gonna go hide inside the bathroom and try to stay safe, and just holding this intense angle on the window. And you can see there are some enemies in the surrounding area. You see the red pings out to the left, and everyone, you know what, Seymour, every time we jump on over to Alabama White, they are nestled in a building, actually.
It's like a cozy stream at that point. It's like when you load into some lo-fi beats right now with Alabama White chilling in their house, studying up for their next college exam. But when you move to anybody else, it's like, go, 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 go. And Fatal, mostly for Cincinnati COD, has been, you know, the member to look at. Unfortunately, they're caught in a little bit of a pickle, and Ruins will not be, you know, helpful to him at all as he goes down in that moment. And now we get to see, oh, change. We don't.
Yeah,
wanna
I was
see.
gonna say, very
We don't wanna
curious
see
to
Chrome.
see what you're about to Google there, my guy. Like,
We don't want to see Chrome.
we don't want your browser history. But jumping on over to Bouncy, still 2 enemies just outside this building, trying to wait and see if they can wait it out. But not sure what the move is for them. MSJ needs to kind of re-shield up. You can see that process is going now. It's like if you peek all at the same time, you will probably surprise this team and come out on top. But Bouncy does have the Gulag available to him, and as I say that, Gulag is going to close, so you're not going to have the safety of that 50-50 to kind of rely on. But, you know, every time we do... Oh, and the peak comes in. Gonna go able to get that break. Is it gonna get it down? But did they just try to throw, like, an RPG at them?
I don't know. You know what? I'm here for it.
He came into the bathroom! Please tell me how Nyko MSJ let that enemy get into their house, enter the bathroom that Bouncy is, before reacting.
You know, it's just a bit of an oversight, you know, uncalculated at that point. But, you know, they stay alive, so, you know, to an extent, maybe calculated. You let them in, spring the trap. The
Let's
Alabama
be
White
real.
trap right there.
That was probably meant to happen. It was tactical, right? They were like, you
It
know
was
what?
stressful.
It was a little stressful. We did see a chuckle out of Bouncy, so all is well in the realm because they are all alive, and maybe they can pool together to get a UAV and find out where some of these enemies are, because there are 16 other enemies in the lobby alongside Alabama White. But, you know, holding the edge of the ring can be strong, and I feel like that's what this team's style is. They're playing edge, you know, they find all of the resources, and you can see that Nyko will pick up so many eliminations towards that very end game. You're just playing calculated. Now, I'm assuming that this team decided, hey, we want to make it to the end game or the middle to end game to find all of our eliminations, because they're prioritizing the placement multiplier, which I think is incredibly strong for them if it pans out.
And you know what? As soon as you get into the end game, you're going to be guaranteed some gunfights that you're going to have to take to get that dub. So you will eventually get some kills. It's just a slow, patient game that not a lot of people that I see in College Warzone usually tend to take a play style in. But let's see if it fares out for Alabama White, as Bouncy is just, he's loving this bathroom right now. Nobody's going to come in. This is exactly where we just saw Texas State Esports fall at. So, you know, Alabama White are finding a little bit more success where Texas Esports couldn't.
Hey, but jumping on over to VCU COD, currently sitting in second place with 184.9 points, and Dragon gonna get tagged up. I feel like the last time I saw Dragon on screen, Seymour, was it during the customs where he got landed on by a helicopter when he was sitting in just kind of casually getting exploded every time we jump on over to his POV.
It might not be a helicopter this time, but it was a parachute, and he did explode. So, Dragon Dino now has to fight through the gulag. You know what? It's almost like whenever you go to Dragon Dino, it's like you're hiring Michael Bay to direct a film. It's like, bam, just explosions everywhere.
And it looked so cool, calm, and collected until that moment. But let's see how the gulag pans out. Nikita in hand, and this is going to be a little spicy. This is actually going to be against Texas State's Draco.
Oh.
So this is another member of the qualifier number 4, and this could really chalk someone's game.
Yeah, we get a little bit of an overlapping gameplay right now between teams in this kill race, and this is a chance to, you know, shake up the opposition. Draco biding his time. Nobody on the flag right now. Dragon Dino's going to take the dub there, too. And he lets him know, not this time, Draco.
Oh, that's really spicy considering Texas State is sitting in 4th place, just under VCU. So that meant something right there.
It meant the world, especially if they can just completely wipe the whole team this early. I mean, in this game, it gives you... We talk about the efficiency earlier on about, you know, Warzone and these kill races, and you have to be efficient in these 4 hours to get as many good games as you can. Well, right there, I mean, that is a chance to, you know, stall out Texas State Esports even for a moment if you're VCU.
Hey, and look at I COD right now, just moving through storage. XZ triple threat. This is your first place team with 205.3 points, so they're just trying to keep it together. It looks like they just started. 103 people in the lobby, and OG Capo on the rooftop cleaning things up. A nice little team wipe and 3 limbs to kick it off. And not some bad ground loot. Don't have their loadout just yet, but Shufi did take an early exit from the map into the gulag, so hopefully can win that fight and rejoin their team.
We're hoping at that point, but back to full strength for Illini. Capo colliding through Storage Town. Nobody looking to fight them either. I mean, this is still very early into the game. 99 players left in the lobby. So, I mean, this is only the beginning for Illini. I imagine that, you know, when we come back to this team in like, you know, 3 minutes time, maybe 4 minutes, you're going to look at Capo. He's going to have close to 20 kills. And you imagine what Exy and Shufi are like doing right behind him. This is just a team that you never count them out, even when they, you know, have starts like this. Only 3 kills for Capo, but those are 3 kills that eventually will probably be a high kill lobby.
Yeah, and I think that's something really to prioritize, that they're incredibly strong and consistent throughout the duration of the lobby. And even in the air, they're shooting down, trying to maximize all of the time that they possibly can. So really respectful of that, just lighting up the players, throwing down the damage, not able to get any knocks, but trying to make something happen here.
I got shot at.
Exy goes down. Comms doesn't seem like they exactly know where to look, but opponents get a little bit aggressive, and they are going to trade out, so now at a standstill as they look to evict. Cluster Strike is on the ground, but it doesn't look like they want to pick it up. You see Capo wants to go into the buildings for now. Oh, and hello! The Kali Sticks! There's a jump scare!
Look, when we say that Warzone is a horror game, we are not lying to you, because all of these lobbies have the most unique play styles of enemies, and that man's actually just bot walked through a house to Cali stick that man down, and that is so unlucky. But let's jump on over to CSU Rams, currently in 7th place with 146.55 points, and they are taken to the skies and looking for some enemies in the horizon. You can see just down to the south on the left, running into the building.
Does he see him?
You know,
oh,
yeah,
now
I
he
think
does.
so. I mean, easy right there.
Oh, yeah. You know, whether it's a bot walk with Kali Stakes or a walk in the park, I mean, you know, at some point it's just whatever it takes to get that dub.
Ooh.
These Warzone players definitely will do it all just to get this win at the end of the day. And you can see Staka, he gets eyes on a few. Beautiful tracing through the sky. Won't be able to get the down, but I mean, that was some stylish shots right there.
That player maybe has a centimeter of life left, like actual 1 HP. You can see they're gonna get it down, and the res goes off, and now just gonna clean it up. Oh, that Arma is so good. Staka now on 11 eliminations. This is what you need to do if you're trying to get yourself back up onto the top of that leaderboard. And I was taking a little break and just scrolling through. University of Illinois, they don't even have their 5th game in yet, so they're sitting with 205 points without their 5th game, and unfortunately, we'll just have to see what CSU can do to combat them. I need to kind of scroll through and see what they're looking at on their average. I'd be really curious. Looks about, they've got a 64-point game in, a 42.55, so 3 kind of 12 to 14 scoring games that they're looking to replace. And if they keep up the trajectory of this game, they're going to be able to do it, because Staka alone has 11.
I mean, right now, all the way down to like 11th place, there's a huge fight going on for the top 3. It is neck and neck, Tiff, throughout the latter end of College Warzone Qualifier 4, and we still have plenty of action to go through. I mean, it is only 10 p.m. We're going to 12 a.m. Eastern Time, don't forget, if you are watching from other time zones. And there is still a chance for so many teams to overtake, find some, strong placings, get into the end game like we saw Alabama White trying to do, and just boost their placings even farther up. And, there's a chance for some upsets here too. A couple teams that I'm already seeing at the top haven't yet qualified for playoffs, so you're looking at that. But CSU, a team that has proven that they're one of the best. Looks like they're on the hunt once again.
On the hunt indeed, and talk about that trigger discipline. Staka clearly saw there was a person just chilling up on top of that rooftop and did not shoot. Instead, went for the jump tower and is like, hey, I'm going in and this is what I need. I need a good line of sight, and they're just gonna line up, stand out and say, here you go, my guy. Go ahead. I'll just go ahead and lay my life down for you so you can go ahead and boost your eliminations. No, that's not really what they said. They genuinely were trying, but unfortunately, Staka's just better.
Yeah, we get a little bit of a break there, but the player looked like deer in the headlights as soon as he saw Staka. I don't blame him. I would be too if there was a player like that in a 1v1 for myself. You know, I wouldn't even be found in a lobby with Staka. But that's aside from the point. Now we get to go over to Texas A&M Maroon as Benny Rick is spectating his two teammates, Jaira and
Yep, he's on the balcony
Benny
right
Rick's
now.
still
On the
alive.
balcony.
Lyle's going to be the one that's down. So it's Jaira and Benny Rick trying to get their player back as they do have a bounty up. In fact, Jaira goes down. So where they thought they were taking a Bertha to get the jump onto somebody. No, now they got to take that Bertha just to get his player to safety. And the airstrike comes through. Jaira goes down. And Benny Rick looking to stay alive here and see if he can hold out for further placement.
All I know is that was so sad. Benny Rick, the driver of the Bertha, trying to escape with Jaira down in the back. And unfortunately, we saw Jaira get thirsted and just fall out of the back of the Bertha. But Benny Rick repositioning themselves for the bounty. At this point, it's probably time to just disengage. You have 2 eliminations. It might be time to prioritize. But unfortunately, this enemy team is not going to let him get away and is just flying at him. Unfortunately, not going to be able to take out Benny Rick today. And sometimes you don't need to throw a knife, you just need to throw a Semtex and stick them. And now reshielding, looking for another glance at the actual member of the bounty, but getting tagged up. Needs to get a nasty heady on them to make this happen.
Yeah, Benny Rick is getting nothing at all. Stim shot just to elude. We'll get into the house, hides in the closet for now, but that is not a lot of cover. It is not deep whatsoever, so Benny Rick still trying to get away. Spots a player at range. Shots are good at first, but a little bit wavy at the end there, and shaky shots are going to give his position away. He has no shield, so right now, I mean, he is trying to ice up as best as he can.
I mean, look, he had time to pull up his sleeves while reloading. And now that I realized it, Benny Rick is a mouse and keyboard player. And that is something I like to highlight because a lot of the Warzone competitive players that I'm used to witnessing all play controller. And look at the tracking as that enemy falls, gets a nice down, but gonna get tagged up, does not have any plates available to them. So is going to have to play this incredibly smart. Gets a good line of sight and was able to remove the shield, finds another down. There's gotta be either... Okay, he gets a full. My question is, there at least one more player, or does someone have self-res? That's the question here.
We did get the full down on the last one, so trying to finesse his life once again. Benny Rick, he is locked in. Just look at him. Eyes laser focused on screen. Movement solid. Shots there. Can't break the armor just yet, but he will find the full elimination on a player outside, so even more to work with here from Benny Rick inside this game.
A little
How
jiggle
long can he
peek to
stay
get
alive?
that. I don't know, Seymour. He's going to need to do everything that he can and still pushing in on that player. You can see the mouse and keyboard movement right there. If you are ever in the open and you're trying to avoid some shots, what you do is you just take your mouse and you just whip it around in big circles. Makes it to the Bertha. It is hiding. Oh, whoa.
Wait a second.
You know, this is fine. It's fine. He was trying to go all fast and the furious, and the game was like, nah, not today. But look at the way he can clear out these houses, Seymour. Making sure he check every angle.
His DPI's cranked through the roof. Let's roll up the sleeves again. Just in time to reload your LMG. Has no idea where this player went. I mean, I feel like they are just moving rings around each other, but he is going to spot somebody on the parachute. Won't be able to even crack the armor. Has to be careful, too, to give himself away because you remember, I mean, there's a player in the vicinity. He's going to hop in the Bertha, but, I mean, it's just one tree to the other. This Bertha is stuck, so he's got to go on foot. Ooh. And he still needs to get some money. He only has $2,200 to buy back his teammate. He needs to at least either go scavenge for some more cash or take another fight.
Take another fight, indeed. And I think he saw some shots coming towards him. So he's looking for some information on where those may have came from. And you can see right there an enemy fighting just over, I was going to say over yonder, but that's like some southernness in me, and it's going to get tagged up from the back. Unfortunately, you could hear it. No, but look at this. Oh, man, just open season. That's the tough part part about Caldera is so many of these fights happen just in the open, and there is legitimately nothing you can do. So you have to make sure that you've got someone securing your back, or you are hyper aware of where you are located. Optimal Flames from CSU Rams going to fall, and Staka trying to find a location on where that enemy player is, and that guy was like, no, this was a bad push. I'm running back to safety, but Staka's not going to let it happen. Gonna get tagged up from the back as well, because you got to secure yourself, and unfortunately going to fall as well.
19 kills for Staka there, and he still has the gulag.
Ooh, that's huge.
So it's not done just yet for CSU Rams in that game. We look at Thugger. Look at the cat at the bottom. Whoa, look at... I gotta look away from that cat. Northwood Esports back into the lobby, and, you know, Thugger, Infinite, Bink, all looking to just get back to that #1 spot. There's a little bit of action, too, inside the building. Infinite will find a full down. 5 eliminations for Thugger, so a team not, you know, the highest kill game just yet, but still 40 players in the lobby, so, I mean, it could definitely change.
Definitely change indeed. And with the cat rooting you on, you've got all the luck in the world and a speed boost to give you infinite movement to kind of loot a little bit quicker. Is going to find a nice little kind of ground loot well gun for the time being, so you don't have loadout, and still looking for the cash to make sure you can get it. This may be like a regain for them. I feel like that's the kind of sense that they're in. They landed just, you know, south of Peak, trying to find some information. You can hear, oh my gosh, on top of the rock, turns and burns, and now able to get a nice kill right there. But yes, that's Simba, and Infinite gonna fall as well. So someone's lurking around this vicinity.
It's either that or Thugger is, you know, Scar, and now it's Mufasa.
No, we can't do that right now. Not tonight.
Everybody
Seymour.
in chat just shed a tear.
We're all crying inside right now. We're not going to show it, but we're hurting. And now, look alive leaderboard. VCU COD has made their way to the top of the leaderboard as Thugger is picking up Elim after Elim, trying to evict them from that spot. But INI COD 205.3 points, and Niner Esports rounding out the top 5 with Texas. I love this, right? You know, after that gulag that we saw with VCU COD against Texas State, they went ahead and said, nah, we don't want to be in 3rd anymore. We're going to take it to the 1st place. And now Texas State is going to have to answer back to VCU. They have to get a little bit of vengeance after that gulag, you know?
Oh, they do. I mean, of all teams to, you know, overlap each other in games, yes, of course it's the, you know, #1 and #2 team right now. I mean, what are the odds? Yeah, I can't figure out what the odds are, but I'm sure somebody knows.
We're not gonna break down the math, but I mean the odds are high enough that I should probably go buy a lottery ticket and take my chances at this point.
And right now, if you're Northwood Esports, I mean, yeah, you've been kind of big chilling without having to worry about a team, you know, fighting you for a lobby. But at the same time, I mean, you're in 3rd place still, so work to be done. It's a lot better than what we've seen Northwood perform in last week in the kill races, but even still, a team of this caliber, you know they're not okay unless they're in 1st place. This team is a championship roster. You know they want that 1st place spot.
And I think they're coming for it. I'm looking at kind of the games that they've turned in: a 23.1, 72, 68, 2022. Yes, 22.5. Why can I not talk right now? They don't even have their 5th game in, Seymour. So now looking to get that 5th game, then they can work towards replacing those like 20-ish point games, because they're looking to have a high tier average if they've got a 72 and a 68 already logged.
From top peak right here.
And this could be it. I mean, all 3 players up, still lots in this lobby. Nice shots from Thugger. Not enough to crack the armor, but he also spots a team all the way down low, so his teammates are going to be closing in on that, or will Thugger just hold some covering fire just to allow him safe passage? Infinite beams somebody down there. And while all this is happening, I mean, Thugger is big chilling on top of Peak. Nobody here to, you know, try to take him down. You know there's going to be a team on the other side of the Peak, but it seems like they don't even want a piece of this. Well, now they do, and Thugger's going to say, okay, I'm just going to crawl down to the other end of this one and try to wait it out.
Yeah, I will become the mountain goat. You see the radar jammer just expired in the nearby vicinity, but that team is like, no, we're going to throw a cluster because we know you're there and we want to see as long as you... Oh my gosh,
Oh, no,
Thugger,
Thugger.
getting absolutely tagged up. Does not have any stims, only has stuns, but is not even going to get a chance to make a maneuver. And now the team does not have enough cash to go ahead and get them back. I saw a couple sevens across the board, so they are looking to have a strong performance here for their game 5 on the board. And Bink and Infinite are just doing absolute work over here. They just got a loadout, so they just need $100. Hopefully they can find it on a nearby enemy or just somewhere, because they're sitting on a buy station. And hey, when you find someone in Thurston, you might find the cash, and you can see it just there. Exactly $3,000 to get Thugger back in this game, but getting tagged up, so it's not safe.
Yeah, I'm getting out.
Boy, VCU and Texas State Esports fighting each other in a lobby. Now Northwood, all sevens across their kill leaderboard. Hey, you better buy a lottery ticket. I might have to go buy a lottery ticket. This is a lucky broadcast right now, and Thugger is looking to turn things around. Infinite, finessing, drops on down for the drop shot, but it's not going to be enough. Gets beaten down, and now it's all up to Bink. What can you do when you are against the ropes here, Bink? As he is looking to rise to the occasion, bring his team up higher in the placings there to, you know, further push their points inside of that game. But let's hop over to Queens Esports. They've been quiet ever since we saw them in that first place spot, but now Sue on the hunt.
Oh my gosh, that PPSH is absolutely insane. Did you see the distance on the hip fire right there, Sue? Just cool, calm, and collected, doing work. And did that player just absolutely smack down? Oh, I bet someone knocked him out of the air. I was like, there is no way that we come on over to Sue and someone breaks their ankles in front of him, because that would just be, you know, something spectacular. But let's see here. Queen's currently sitting in 8th place right now with 140.5 points. So just about, I would say, 45-ish points away from the top 3. Sure, this team is already auto-qualified, but they're looking to kind of keep up the consistency. They had such a strong performance last week, and they want to keep on dominating. And speaking of dominating, Staka, 22 eliminations, looking to make it 23 absolutely clean. 5 teams left, and they're going to have a nasty score if they keep this up.
And they don't even have a full team right now. They're not even running with a trio. They're just running with a duo. Optimal Flame and Staka are completely dominating this lobby together. And we saw it was Staka in the gulag all alone. Optimal Flame was down, so when Staka not only came back from the gulag, but he is struggling to climb these rocks, and he is holding his team in this game. So not sure where Optimal Flame is. Looks like he's on the other side of the circle, and Staka here in a challenge. Up top, get some eyes on. Beautiful shots there. Another down, but not a full team wipe, so you know there's going to be teammates in the nearby vicinity.
This is just going to be tough, just trying to figure out where everyone is lurking, but going to get tagged up so you can kind of get a line of sight on where these players are. They're laying down, and Staka's going to fall, but the team wipe's going to come through. Now, if you can just make sure you're safe, but you are not, the nades will come in. But a 24 eliminations, and Optimal just needs to keep the dream alive for this team and try to crawl up the leaderboard and maybe net themselves a 2x multiplier. Can Optimal clutch this
He's
moment?
got a pistol. He only has a pistol.
In his hand, maybe he's just gonna finesse and pick something
Half
up
a plate
nearby.
armor too. Like Optimal Flame is not in an optimal position right now, and the circle closing in very shortly. It looks like it's a 2v1v1. So like this Optimal. I mean, I think you know your best bet is waiting for those teams to start fighting and then jump in their action. See if you can completely take over by yourself, or maybe in the position. I mean, I think Staka went down in the nearby area, so maybe go pick up his loot. If not, I don't think there's the time, so he's just holding on to this area. It's just try to, you know, climb these rocks, hold the wall as best you can, use it as cover. Oh, here's some loot.
Oh, I mean, that's better than nothing, but 29. Oh, and they peek. He gets the crack. He gets it down, but unfortunately, he's going to get traded out. I was like, bro, if you're going to isolate these 1v1s, that is exactly what you need to do. But 29 eliminations with a 1.85x multiplier is still a solid game for them. Being consistent is what they are good at, and they are doing it here once again in Warzone Qualifier number 4. Beautiful. But jumping on over to Trojans Esports, we got Briggs on your screen, UGM in hand, and they are climbing the topography, these hardcore mountains of Caldera, looking for any enemies in their vicinity with 6 eliminations kicking it off, and still a rather healthy lobby.
Yeah, we haven't looked at Trojan Esports just yet today, but another team that we highlighted as a new team coming into College Warzone into this 4th qualifier. So how did they fare? I'm trying to look at for them on the leaderboard for now. They're more towards the bottom, so haven't had the best showing just yet, but hopefully looking to put up some good numbers here in this lobby. A good shots from Brooks onto his second one. Gets the thirst onto the player that was down. So right now, I mean, Trojan Esports in a good situation, but you said, I mean, this lobby is still highly populated, so, I mean, you got to work for it right now if you're Trojan Esports.
Yeah, I mean, it just takes a good game or two to really up that consistency. Once you really start feeling yourself, it might take a couple warm-ups, but then you can really start kicking them off back-to-back. And with 6 eliminations for one of the players alone and a player named Crisp Quesadilla on your team, I mean, what more could you ask for? Because now I just really want a nice crisp cheese quesadilla. And chat, once again, make sure you're hydrating because Texas State Esports wants you to stay hydrated.
Yeah, welcome to the part of the stream where Tiff and Seymour get hungry.
Right?
We talk about crisp quesadillas. Oh, man, I could go for a crisp quesadilla right now.
Yeah, this is kind of fun. Bruggs and Crisp Quesadilla are returning players from the spring 2022 season. Bird, their trio member, rounding them out as a new player. They were knocked out of the spring 2022 in the 3rd round of the LCQ, so they are looking to find some success here. But, I mean, you find yourself mid-pack. We are only midway through the night. We have about an hour and a half left in this timed kill race, so still plenty of time to make a jump up towards the top of the leaderboard. And it'll only take approximately 2 to 3 good games, but, I mean, when you got Northwood putting up 68 and 72, you're going to have to start doing something a little bit crazy to get up there.
No, and we got to see Trojans Esports last year a lot on stream for the CCL, and they might not have had the the best turnout in the LCQ, but this was always one of those teams that they were missing that one piece of the puzzle to just kind of push them to their next level. And with Bird now rounding out their roster, this possibly is that next piece of the puzzle that they've been missing. So I like that we're seeing them on stream now. I like that they're, taking to College Warzone to see if they can, walk away with some high placings, because it's a team that, has a lot to prove after, what probably was not the finish that they wanted down in the LCQ when they made it all the way to round 3.
Hey, round 3 is the way to go, and a helicopter in sight. Gonna tag it up with that UGM and 125 round mags. You are the worst enemy for a nearby helicopter, and looks like they are able to get a nice down and thirst off of that. So the teammate Crisp Quesadilla finding some success here as well. So this could be a really strong game for them. The issue is rotating throughout this side of the map. You have to utilize these walkways because the literal mountains are in your way, and we talk about maneuvering through mountains. You just have to go around them sometimes, Seymour. You just gotta go around the obstacles in your life and in Caldera.
You gotta pick that mountain up, put it somewhere else, make it move. Go through the mountain, not around it. It is the vibes right now that I'm feeling out of these players, that they are just surging with confidence, Tiff, just to take every gunfight that they can. And now Bruggs, again, looking to take this fight on top of the mountain, looking for an angle on the team, but unfortunately he's going to take too wide of an angle, and it's going to punish him. Goes down. Here come the nades. Precision airstrike too. Should be able to sway his teammates away from this one. In fact, it's actually going to take his teammates down. So Trojans Esports once in a very strong situation, and all of a sudden the good doctor comes out from the bushes and sends him to the gulag.
That's going to be really dicey, but at least able to try and keep the dream alive here in this game. 6 eliminations, trying to make it 7 and join themselves back onto Caldera. M1916 in hand and just trying to, or no, I lied. That's the wrong number, but hey, it's the SMG version of it, not the marksman, but unable to find the team. Oh, wait, when I say that,
Beautiful
look.
shots.
I'm just going to say unable to find them because clearly it triggers the people to peek. That is the way to do it. M1928, I was so close. Wrong 4-digit, but I had the 19s right. Now, just waiting to see if Bird is going to make it out of the gulag as well, and just assessing the lay of the land of what's going to be. Ooh, I see you thinking about that scavenger. I see you thinking about it. That's not a bad option. I'm not going to lie.
No, just try to bide his time. Just slowly falling from the sky.
A DP-27.
I mean, you look at wherever you could land in the situation, but realistically, with how, early into the game it still is, if Bird comes back, I'm glad he's taking his time because you want to land together in that situation. So for Trojans Esports, looking to turn things around there. Here on screen, it looks like we're getting a picture-in-picture of Illini in Florida Golf Course. Kirsch is down for now, getting resurrected. On the other end, OG Capo, 9-kill game.
I feel like every time we cut on over to OG Capo, he's jumping up 5 to 10 to 15 kills, and there's 43 players left in that lobby, and he's at 9, so that's incredibly strong for them. And, you know, they need to do everything that they can do to kind of unseat VCU COD from the top, and meanwhile, Kirch and Co. are just chilling inside a house under fire, and that's a little scary.
Both Illini and Florida Golf Course are in the same lobby right now, so this picture-in-picture is perfect. I mean, yes, they're not in the same area of the map, but I mean, these two teams are fighting for placement inside Caldera against each other at the moment. I can't believe this. I mean, first we get VCU versus Texas State Esports. Now we get Illini versus Florida Golf Course, and Kirsch is down again. So that heat that they were taking, a little bit too much to withstand, and Kirsch goes down and looking at his teammates to buy him back again. Does look like they have plenty of cash to make it happen. The only thing is can Kirsch stay alive at that? Where is the buyback too? Because it's a little bit out in the open, so does look like they buy him back, so Kirsch will be coming through, but have to be aware because that team is very, very close.
You know, sometimes you just go into the blender and you just have one of those games where you just cannot keep it together. You feel like you're losing every engagement, every gunfight, and you're just like, why is this happening? And then all of a sudden, you'll just be on one. So maybe he's going to run it back and just come out completely stronger. Meanwhile, I COD on your screen in full action, and they are looking to unseat VCU COD. They are currently down approximately 11 points from the first place, and as I say that, the leaderboard kind of updated. I'm not gonna lie, Northwood Esports has a 0.7 lead on top of VCU COD now.
Holy smokes. I mean, you talk about a close kill race. This is as close as you can get between the two. Bombs coming in, Capo pops the stimmy just to get away. Doesn't, oh, he gets the redeploy. So Illini, I mean, when you just think you are already stacked up in the leaderboard, stacked up in game right now, I mean, it just favors you thrice-fold. And Kirsch, we go over to him in the same exact lobby. He's going to find an elimination. Crazy is down. They do have enough cash to buy him back, both players. As they finish this one out, I assume that they're going to be back in full strength very, very shortly.
Ooh. Ooh, I don't know about the scope on that sniper there, Kirch. Are you going to go with that? I love that we got to switch to him and see him clutching up with a nice double kill in that moment. It just felt like it was the redemption arc that Kirch needed. We know you're talented. We know you're good. And sometimes when we cut to you, it just seems like, you know, it's just rather unfortunate timing. But now we cut to you. You get a double kill. You're traversing Caldera, and there's a bomber in your vicinity. But it's okay. You're just going to get stunned up, tagged up a little bit. You just keep on trucking. We are looking to get your teammate back because this is going to be an absolute solid game for y'all, and I'm excited.
I feel like every single time we show Kirch on stream, whether it's you and I casting or Shift and Proper, it just feels like the whole brute of the lobby is being thrown at them, and they just never can catch a break. So here they buy back Crazy to get back to full strength, see if, you know, this is step one at finding their way back into the game. And oh, you can stay prone, but not when you got the 3-line in Kirsch's hand. He thought he was safe and sound, but, you know, the third party goes crazy.
Third party goes crazy, but this scope is something unlike any other that I have seen, and trying to quick scope with it, I feel like half the screen is you can't even see. But look at this. Gonna go ahead and close the distance. You got that Cooper carbine, you want to utilize it. Unfortunately, Crazy's gonna go right back down, so just Wheels and Kirch left standing. They need to eliminate these enemies in their surrounding and loot their cash and hope they drop a bag so they can go ahead and get their teammate back. You can see they just went ahead and bought back, so might not have a lot of cash, but Wheels is able to get it down. And ooh, a portable redeployed balloon that is going to come in extreme handy when you need to rotate throughout the POIs.
Yeah, but look, the circle is right next to them, so they don't have to move far to get to the safe zone. Loadouts are going to be dropping, so they do have an idea that there's quite a bit of teams in the area. As there's the redeploy, and Kirsch is caught out in the open, pants down, and now knocked down. Wheels in a little bit of trouble as well. As Kirsch is going to be fully eliminated, all up to wheels for FGCU. He's going to get run over, so FGCU is going to dip out in 11th place from that lobby. Illini still going strong. Capo still on 9 kills, but here we see he's going to be taking shots from above through the wall. Beautiful shots, just not enough to crack that armor. And look at the minimap. I mean, well, Capo is just dealing so much damage. He's just closing the gap for Shufi and Exi while they spearhead this attack.
Oh, and now a new team has moved in behind them. Gonna force him to relegate back into this building and kind of just wait it out and maybe reposition. You can see the angles as that team is swarming in on them, and no line of sight for Shufi and Exi to be able to help them. But you can see they're making their way back because he's like, hey, I need assistance. I'm out of shields. I'm giving you call outs now. Please assist. And now they've entered his building, and now the PPSH is out. He's able to grab it down, but unfortunately the trade comes in because he got pushed by multiple players and not OG Capo.
Did Exi and Shufi get there in time, though, to maybe avenge him?
They're all over the inside the house where I was.
Because the kills were still there, and, you know, you didn't get the full down. Doesn't look like they got there in time, so Capo a little bit overwhelmed inside of his building, and now Capo and Shufi and Exi a little bit trapped in the situation. They have to dig themselves out of this hole. It's going to start with that shot right there from Exi. Beautiful beams coming out with his automaton, and excellent shots too in the player above, trying to parachute over to where Capo fell. Things slow down a moment for these teams, but as I say that, Shufi goes down. It's a little bit of a caster curse come through, and now that's going to leave Exi all alone.
I died to somebody that was just camping in the zone.
That is so unlucky. I died to someone that was camping in zone, but Exi comes across someone that's trying to lay in the smallest of bushes and they get sniped. They were looking to keep themselves alive to kind of boost that multiplier, right? They're looking towards, they need games to replace maybe some lower ending scores that they've gotten right now. Because remember, chat, top 5 throughout this 4-hour timed kill race will go to your final scores. And Queen Esports knows that all too well. They were your winners in the timed kill race tournament last week for Warzone Qualifier number 3, looking to run it back, and currently 6 elims to their name, and final 3 is here. And this may, I'm curious to see what their team totally has, but Sue alone, 6 elims.
Yeah, Queen's never shy of having a superstar game. It looks like he wants to drop an airstrike all the way on the opposite end of this POI. See if he can flush out some hiding rats. Only 2 trios, so I mean, Sue, the fact that he spotted that one, I mean, that's information enough to tell you where these players should be hiding. But it does look like with the ping coming out that they are disconnected. So 2 separate one-on-ones going to be going through here for Queens Esports. Or at least this is, actually, I got the math wrong. I didn't see that they were player down. So this is 2v3 going on, Tiff. And Sue's trying to get things going. Here comes the precision airstrike. See if you can flush out those players and work them into, now this is shipment time.
Oh no, but they do have self, so able to kind of go ahead and begin that, but is going to be able to call that out. Throwing in that cluster was really critical because it's going to allow Sue to make that move and close the gap. Unfortunately, that team needs to come out of the building. You can see that zone is going to pull towards them and favor them, so they can try and wait it and catch them on rotation. I think that's going to be one of their best options, but hey, Sue says, nah, I'm going to go ahead and get it down right now, just looking to get the thirst. At this point, it's like, you got to push, because now they're going to go in for that res. My question is, do you overextend it? Because they could get the res off by the time that Sue gets over there, and that could be rather unfortunate. But hey, the teammate is going in and is able to grab that moment. So now a nice 2v2. Just need to find 2 other enemy players lurking in front of them.
Yeah, Jen wins a big gunfight back into the circle, and the circle is actually going to be forcing this team that's hiding in the building eventually to pop out here. And as soon as it does, I mean, if it's Sue or Jen, no matter what, both have excellent eyes on this situation. It's just a matter of time before we see these gunfights, and it seems like with where the pings are headed, Sue's about to get a little bit of a wake-up call, or in fact, a little couple friends to play with, and Shipment, they peek on out. Sue's got a back. Has to armor up. A little bit of backup there from Jen. Excellent covering fire is going to get the thirst. Now 2v1. The tables have turned. Queens Esports looking for a dub right here inside of this game.
Look, if you guys just kind of meet up in the ring, you guys could take this fight together just in case anything happens. Sue only has one more plate to their name, and if they face someone that's fully kitted out and they get the early jump, this could be an easy trade if Sue goes down. But they're just looking to get a line of sight on this last player in the lobby. At this point, it's kind of like, where's Waldo near this ship, and not able to find them just yet. And it's just a matter of time, right? When are they going to peek out? Come on, little rat. They want to end this game with a W.
I feel like we're playing Miami Search and Destroy the amount of hide and seek we're going on right here, but here we go. We find the hider. It is going to be a 1v1, Jen. Can you back things up? You're all the way on top of this crane, and there's a complete top-down gunfight right now going on, so that player underneath will have time to re-up on those shields. But here comes Jen. He's going to climb all the way over to the end. See if he can reposition this. Get onto the same level. Sniper 2 in hand, so can Jen get this? Right area of contact. Seems like the player wants to do-si-do, and Jen gets worked at the end. The clutch there in the 1v2. Whoever that was, hats off.
You hear it? What? Anytime you get drop shotted, it is not going to be a good day. And I am a fan of utilizing the drop shot technique. That could be because I'm mouse and keyboard, and it just feels like it's a lot easier for me. But coming on over to Draco, who's got that Gorenko in hand and looking to put down some massive games, 12 eliminations to their name already, and really trying to finalize this with a 2x multiplier. They have a line of sight on one of the enemy teams. Oh my God, Draco, so clean. Showing us why you prefer that Gorenko over the 3-line. It's because it is an absolute monster. Or maybe Draco's the monster, and just showing us all how it's done.
It's the bandana buff, Tiff. I gotta say. He's a stone cold killer right now in Caldera, and he is putting the sniper to work. Teammates looking to climb this mountain slowly, as it is going to be a 3v1. Should be a dub on the horizon here for Texas State Esports as they're looking to just overwhelm this last remaining player. The kills come through. It's going to be Judy to deal the finishing blow. That's a dub for Texas State Esports to add to their collection.
And a little bit of a hydration. It's like a reward. What is that?
It is.
17, 21. So they got a dub, approximately 42 unofficially, because I can't tell if my math is correct or not, but they did say 21, and I know that 21 times 2 is 42. So that's a massive point game, because we know that Queens Esports last week, their average was 40 eliminations per game, and if you're on track with them, it's going to be good. And Briggs right now going to go with a little engagement here in Storage Town, but is going to take their PPSH and shove it right into the enemy player and find a nice elimination. 4 to start them off thus far in a relatively healthy lobby, but an incoming helicopter is going to get spicy.
Ouch. I mean, that PPSH would hurt. But a helicopter didn't see if the players dropped out of it, and maybe just takes a little bit of a tourist flyby. Say, okay, hello, there's the players. We're going to see you later in the game. Maybe. If Trojans make it all the way to the end to battle that squad, but 4 eliminations for Brogues. Early on into this matchup as well. Circle's going to be closing in, and they are nowhere close to it, so time to put your running shoes on. They seem like they're sold that there's going to be a player in Storage Town, but it's just a little too quiet.
You never know. Do not put anything past this. There could be players in the lobby crouch walking with Cali sticks in their hands. So, and you can see it right there. Briggs is going to get a line of sight on that player behind them and trying to make something happen through this V-dub beetle thingy. And now Briggs is going to fall. But can Crisp Quesadilla get the trade out and help the teammate get rezzed and go to safety? Because they can just hit the balloon and just go towards the ring right after. And look at that. Teamwork makes the dream work.
Yeah, I'm a little bit of a doubter right there. I should never have doubted that there'd be somebody hiding in Storage Town. It's like, it's the easiest gamble ever.
Never doubt. Never doubt. And never doubt the Crisp Quesadilla.
He's right up in that corridor up there.
Never again. Never again. Niner Esports. We saw him catch a dub earlier. Or at least come close to it. This time around, they are in a little bit of a pickle. Ooh, Bells. Eyes behind the pillar. Oh, he's trying to steal it. You can see him. He is trying to just clutch to his life there, but not enough to get around it. Yeah, you hear him there. How do you see me? Well, you were right on the open, Bells, so everybody could see you. That's going to be Niner Esports falling at 5th place in that lobby. Let's look at Northwood.
Let's look at Northwood, indeed, currently sitting in, I believe, 2nd place. Yeah, 2nd place. Ionite COD actually kind of unearthed them, but this is going to be a little spicy. Let me just tell you, it's always, how did they see me? How did they know? And they didn't kill me because they were better. It's because they were hacking. Right, Seymour? Isn't that the rules? Isn't that the rules?
You know, that's the case whenever, at least, I die in Warzone. It's never my fault. Personally.
Could it be? Could never be our fault. This is why we are not competing in any way, shape, or form right now. We totally sit on this desk because it's never our fault, but Thugger and Co. looking incredibly strong here. They want to answer back from that 8th place finish in the prior qualifier. They want to show just how dominating they can be in the time kill race format. And you can see right there, Ionite COD 230.95 points, and it's just like Nixie was reading the future. You know, she had a little globe and was like, you know, I'm gonna pick Ionite COD. I want them to win. This is the college I would have went to, and now look at them at the top of the leaderboard. They have not qualified automatically for the playoffs just yet, and tonight could be the night for them, Seymour.
Yeah, Illini are showing up for our Showcase Goats and Glory member. Huge shout out to Nixie for coming on earlier, too. I mean, what a wonderful story. And now Illini to do this. I mean, it looks like it was just a match made in heaven. 230.95 points. Illini are looking to finish strong and qualify for playoffs, but Texas State not too far behind now, and Northwood just behind them, almost, you know, even with VCU. So I assume that whenever we get to, you know, 11:50, things are going to get wild in the leaderboard, Tiff.
Wild indeed. Wild action. Wild when the scores start dicing around, because you never know what's going to happen, but we won't know until approximately like 12:05 how that leaderboard will shake out. But regardless, they are looking to find themselves in a high up multiplier. They have a couple like 14-point games that they're looking to replace with a better score. And when you're tracking things like a 68-point game, a 72-point game, this is just a whole other level. Because like we said, last week Queens Esports won it with a 40 average elimination game, and Thugger just on another level, spotting a team that is right in front of them, and nades are coming out, but Thugger's like, I'm not even worried. Like, I'm not even gonna throw this back. I'm gonna tank it because I'm still gonna get the down.
Yeah, Thugger right now, he is an animal. He has this courtyard on lock. Little bit of a knock coming out from the team to the right, but Infinite in trouble, so Thugger's got to be careful in his next move. He has to provide a little bit of covering fire for Infinite. To re-up on that. On the doorstep, Infinite's got a friend. He's going to snap around, but it's not good enough. Sim shot through for Thugger. Keeps his teammate alive for now. Team wipe on that player, too, so Resurrection should come through.
Yeah, they play incredibly well together. Just the amount of time that it took them to kind of get that back, and a nice down right there. Thugger, the demon, the menace. And now that I look back at their scores, they've already replaced the 14-point game. So their current lowest game is a 22.5 that they are looking to replace. And if they keep up the pace that they are on right now and get a W, they should be easily able to do it. But now we're going to get a lesson in parkouring, and you know, Thugger's going to say, nah, maybe not today. So still looking to lay down some time on the team in front of them, maybe hit him through the wall, but someone gonna flank Thugger and come out from behind, so unfortunately needs to be hyper aware. Is Infinite gonna be able to suppress some fire and run the gas line? They still haven't bought their teammate back just yet, but they're kind of working their way there.
Oh yeah, they're getting there. Eventually, as Infinite, I'm pretty sure, you know, came to the rescue, backs up Thugger. Precision airstrike's gonna force him on the inside, and hello, good night. Right next to the bed, Thugger finds a prone player. Now 9 kills for himself. He has to move so far just to get there, and there's so many teams gatekeeping him. Forced into the storm. Infinite, can he stay alive? Trying to make his way on in, but there's so many teams to get through, and Infinite's going to be blown up. And that's going to be Northwood bowing out inside of that game a little bit earlier than expected. What a wonderful game, though, whenever we see Northwood. They really use every ounce of energy to close out a match.
I I was just sitting there trying to do caster math, and I think it was approximately 33 kills. And depending on what their placement multiplier was, that will actually replace one of their lower scoring games. So Northwood trying to get to the top of the leaderboard and stay there throughout this 4 hours tonight. Seymour, what a treat watching them absolutely frag out tonight.
I mean, you know, a lot of teams have been showing up today, but I'd say top 5 right now are playing out of their mind whenever we go to them. And we've had constant 20 bombs from a couple teams. I know a couple, you know, 15ers, but, you know, a lot of big games coming out from some teams. Is there anybody that's been surprising you so far, Tiff?
Honestly, OG Capo. I know we kind of go through and watch I COD a lot this evening, but like it's just really cool to be able to see just where they're making so much progress throughout the mid game, because it can be really challenging when you drop early and you pick a highly populated POI to keep up the consistency throughout those maps, because you get a lot of your kills early game and end game, but to be able to keep the momentum moving forward, and every time we check in with them, it's constantly moving up 5 to 10 eliminations and just proving to why they want to nab themselves a spot in the playoffs, and they want to do it here tonight.
Gonna have to do it tonight. I mean, we are in the end game now of College Warzone qualifier number 4. We're gonna hop to a break, and when we come back, we get to crown ourselves a victor of qualifier 4. Welcome back to College Warzone. My name is Seymour, alongside me, Spider Tiff. We're now in the last leg of the race to crown a champion for qualifier number 4, and things have been quite chaotic. We can take a look at our leaderboard and highlight these teams so far. Tiff, run us through what we're looking at.
We are looking at some dicey, close scores. Capping out the top of the leaderboard right now, we got Northwood Esports with 238.9 points. I COD rounding out that second place with 230.95. And Texas State Esports, which we see Draco and the team doing some work with the Gorenko anti-tank rifle with 22.58 points. But here's the deal. Let's look at VCU COD. They are always just outside the top 3, whether that's 4th, 5th, or 6th place, and they are trying to get an auto-qual spot for the College Warzone playoffs, and you're just knocking on the door for that top 3, which is what you need to do to qualify. CSU Rams, extremely consistent throughout our duration through the qualifiers, rounding out the top 5, and now we are jumping straight back into the action. We're going to visit back on Seeker from St. Mary's Esports. 9 eliminations to their name, but just finding some necessities here at this endgame moment, Seymour, but it looks to be a little spicy.
The man, the myth, the LatAm legend, a dear old friend Seeker looking to find his way through the lobby with 9 eliminations. I mean, he is popping off for the team. All alone, though. And no cash to buy back either. So Seeker's got to play the waiting game at this point. I mean, it's placing from here on out for the lonesome St. Mary's player. And the fact that we were looking at the leaderboard and we saw, you know, VCU looking from the outside in once more, Tiff, it's heartbreaking. I mean, we even said it at the start of the show. I mean, it's a team that you and I want to see thrive, you know, with the changes they've made going into this 2022 season, and they haven't been able to put the pieces together yet, and it's tough to watch.
Tough to watch indeed, and something that's tough to watch indeed and is Kirch all alone in Beachhead without his teammates. 9 teams left in the lobby. He's got someone in the line of sight. Gonna find a nice down right there, which is absolutely beautiful. Sure, there's some more people over there, and Kirch looking to kind of encroach upon that. Finds another down and cleans it up quite nicely and gets to reap the benefits of the enemies that he just decimated. Hopefully, he can find a nice little buy station and kind of get a little end game regain, which would be nice because he's on a 17, could get a 20, which would be a very high scoring game for them.
Would you say he encroached upon him?
He encroached upon them. No, it is not encroach. It is encroached for the fellow Kirch at Florida Gulf Coast. And look at that mobile buy station coming in incredibly clutch for them. And the cash. But someone is inside this building or has a nice line of sight on him, but not nice if you're Kirch. And utilizing their last bit of plates, has 2 to spare, so not too many, and is checking the bathroom. You always have to check the bathrooms, okay?
It's rule number 1 in Zombieland. Check the bathroom. And it's rule number 1 here inside of College Warzone. Kirk's going to move over, a little bit of a freeze frame, and we get to see, guess what happens next? It's going to be Kirch turning up in the 1v1. Can't follow up with the second. Looking at his teammates to back him up, and you can see it through the wall. Through the wall, Crazy and Wheels trying to put the pedal to the metal and get back in there, and they will. Kirch stays alive, gets to live another day right now. Yes, the Kirch cam is gone, and I am sad, but now we get a picture-in-picture of Seeker and FGCU.
Hey, I mean, that's what we want, right? We just need to see the cams and see how great they're doing and how happy they are while they decimate these pub lobbies. And Kirch and Co. doing a really nice job being able to utilize that moment where he was able to get his 2 teammates back into the game. And they really came in clutch. And you can see the UAV going off, and they can get a line of sight on where every enemy player is in their horizon. And they're just, everyone's calling it out. And if you've got 18 to your name, this could be massive. Meanwhile, Seeker finds some action here in a little fire station type of building, looking through the little holes and trying to connect, and now needs to reposition. I love when he broke glass right there, right? That's going to be some of that audio clutter. It's going to convince the team below them that he possibly jumped out, and now he's going to reposition and wait. Oh my.
Oh my, indeed. Seeker.
They didn't fall
Still
for
alive for now, but no, yeah, nobody fell for that one at all. It's a little bit troublesome for St. Mary's. The Seeker goes down. He's going to get double swung through the staircase and dips out in 6th place there with 9 eliminations. Not too shabby a finish for Seeker and St. Mary's in that game, but we look at the leaderboard and it's going to be 9, 4, and 3 for them to finish off that one with a 6th place multiplier. Let's take a look full screen on FGCU as all 3 players are back into the fray with 3 other teams. They have end circle too and the high ground. I mean, this is the exact spot you want to be in.
And Courage just absolutely laying down the punishment on that. But hey, something's coming by in a nearby vicinity, and that's going to hurt. But luckily, still alive and running out of plates, unfortunately. But hey, that's what a teammate's good for, sharing the love, sharing the resources, and they are just trying to make it through. They need to eliminate 3 other teams, and they've got some solid positioning. Honestly, what I want to see here is someone jump into that helicopter and throw it on an enemy team. You might as well. Just give me some spice. Wait till the very end. Maybe there's like 1 or 2 players left. Just yeet it.
You are evil. I mean, that is crazy. I also looked it up too earlier. I mean, beware of bathrooms is rule number 3 in Zombieland, not rule number 1.
How dare you? You've got what are the first 2? If we're looking it up.
Okay. So it's just above seatbelts and just below double tap, but.
Make sure you're double tapping it here. Kurtz just finds 2 enemy players just laying down in this building, and he got a double tap for safety.
You know, getting the job done and following the rules, and this is where you're going to get that high placement. When you're looking at this, it's going to be a 3-on-3 now for the dub. Oh, hello. Oh, my word. What is that?
Rat City. Oh my gosh. And they're not even trying to leave the room. What is this nonsense? The trade's going out. Wheels and crazy. And now Kurtz coming in and finding a nice triple to end that game. Jeez.
I mean, that is literally a bunker comp in the bunkers of Caldera. The dub's going to come through from Kirch & Co. as they do completely bombard the team hiding in the room, but what a way to finish it there. I mean, you pick up on the heartbeat sensor at least 1 person, you open up the door and you find not just all 3, but behind deployable cover.
Look, we've seen some things tonight, Seymour, and that's going to take the top 3. It's the Cali stick bot walking for me. It's the deployable cover hiding inside a room in the end game circle, triple stacked. Like, there are so many moments where I'm just like, what are you doing? And Kurtz just said, not today. We're going to clean this up. Now, OG Capo on your screen. You asked me what I thought about the night so far, and OG Capo was one of the shining moments of the evening. And now 11 eliminations with the, 26 up in the lobby and another one in sight. And hey, he's breaking out the Gorenko too, so maybe they heard us chatting about it.
Yeah, OG Capo, really the shining star tonight of College Warzone. Definitely putting his name on the map for these kill races. Gorenko's looking to, get a little bit of overwatch on his teammates over towards airport. He has to be aware because there's still players around him too, so you need to be aware of your surroundings if you're OG Capo. While Axie goes down, Shufi there, but not in a position to trade out. This is not the ideal position for a Illini COD, but I can see them turning things around. I've seen them in worse situations, and there we see OG Capo, a team wipe from above. Number 12 inside of the game for himself. That's going to give him a way into this room. Hiding in the corner. You cannot stay hidden from OG Capo. He's going to read you like a book.
Yeah, that was just a prime utilization of being able to actually hear the feet of someone chasing you. I wasn't sure where there was a player kind of lurking within, but to be able to hear the player coming up from behind you is going to prove to be really just fruitful. And now maybe Shufi can get the buyback on XC so they can kind of finish this out as a team and strong.
Yeah, but where is the buyback? It's in the same building as himself, but only $500 away from that. We get a live look at the leaderboards as Northwood climbs back into first place, knocking down Illini and Texas State Esports, but still the top 3 remains the same. VCU looking out. CSU Rams in 5th place. A lot of ground to cover from there. Oh, an immediate update. And Florida Gulf Coast, okay. 294 points. You've got to be kidding me, Kirch.
I mean, after what we saw, Kirch eliminating the rats in that end game, that's exactly what they needed to do. It seems to be that they turned in a 118-point game.
What?
A 59-kill game, Seymour. And they coupled that with a 45 elimination game.
Holy smokes. I mean, when you ask for a Hail Mary in the end game, that right there is it. Capo finessing. Top of the rails, just waiting, waiting for the team to push him as he feels like the pressure is going to come through. It doesn't seem like they want to even tango at this point. But no matter what, Tiff, what's exciting about this qualifier is we're going to get somebody new to qualify in playoffs no matter what. Seeing 3 teams who haven't qualified in the top 4.
Unless something crazy happens, and you know how timed kill races can be, anything can happen. Just a friendly reminder, they have until 12 a.m. Eastern time to submit scores. So any scores submitted until that time will count. So we'll be calculating, doing some math with the admins on the backside. And look at this, just a player caught out into the open. The other one's going to peek up their head like a little bit of whack-a-mole, and OG Capo is going to knock him down. And the utility coming out, he's going to have to reposition, but someone finds their way into the back line. He's going to flip around, pull out the PPSH, and try to clean it up. A little bit of ring around the rosy and a knife to the face.
Disgusting. I mean,
Easy.
Capo is just a one-man army sometimes when I'm watching this player. It's a treat to watch him move around the map. Not a team wipe, though, from those players, so he does know that that one down the hill is still alive and kicking. So Capo looks like he wants to go on the hunt, find that full team wipe. The race is on, and it looks like he has the shots, breaks the armor, wipes the team.
I mean, they are doing everything that they need to do. And we've got the Oregon Ducks on your right-hand screen, and a nice little 2 teams left, so they just need to find the rest of the players. They're looking for 2 enemies to take a nice W and get a 2x multiplier, and they have some really nice positioning. But OG Capo trying to stay alive, finessing, getting tagged up, gonna hit the stim to get a little bit of a speed boost in the health regain, but not able to re-shield up until you get back into that gas. No stims left, and a palm tree for guidance. Let's see what you can do.
Now we get a picture-in-picture with the Oregon Ducks, like you said. We get to finally take a look at Samaj and Co. alongside their captain, Law, or as Cruz and Spaz likes to call him, Daddy Law.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, don't ask where that came from, but it's what he likes to say. And now we get to see if Oregon Ducks can mount that comeback to see if they can show up in the end game.
There's somebody right below.
OG Capo still collecting heads right now. Barking through the map. I mean, only 2 of them alive, but working in 2 different sets of angles. A little bit of heat coming through from Capo. Trying to stay alive. Snaps back. He goes down. Finally, somebody shuts him down, but he's got the self-revive. Can't get it off.
Oh, I was gonna say, that's really unlucky. I'm curious if that guy just like deadied him and pushed, or if he just literally had no audio. Regardless, that's going to be a really solid game for them. I'm kind of looking at what they need to replace. They're looking at a 27 and a 25.65. That could go, and I think that is going to be one of the ones that's going to replace them. So this could shoot them up the leaderboard even further. But I mean, after that 118-point game, you've got to pull something spectacular. And unfortunately, Oregon Ducks not going to take the W here today, but it's okay, because we go again. We've got approximately 52 more minutes that they are kind of allowed to send it in.
Yeah, not a lot of time left, but enough time to hopefully get some more games in. As we look at the University of North America Dragons, Auburn chilling, big chilling on the roof. Is there somebody inside? There is somebody inside. That is quite the angle right there. Ruthless coming through from Auburn as well. He's on 18 kills. I didn't even see that. They don't even know where he is.
I mean, this is beautiful. With 20 players left in the lobby, 17 of them being enemies, having 18 eliminations is incredibly strong, and you're going to find a nice clean team wipe there in that moment. You are on a heater. You need to keep it going, loot, and just move on to the next kind of amount of populated area that you can find, because you are trying to do as much damage before the rest of the lobby kind of takes themselves out.
And they're sitting now in 9th place, so not too far away from, sneaking into top 3. If they can get a good game right now, you find yourself even closer to that area. I mean, 163 points. When you're looking at 3rd place, it's 237. So, it's going to have to be 2 big games to boost them. But this one right here, it looks like it's on par for exactly what you need.
Hey, it's exactly what you need. You got to do it to it, and this is where you got to shine right now. In the last 50 minutes of a timed kill race is the best time to start moving up towards that leaderboard. You can see just what one game can do for you. If you get 118 points, it'll shoot you up to the top. So, I mean, if they can do it, anyone can do it. You just got to find the way to find all of the enemies in the lobby and keep yourselves alive. Maybe find a lobby where, you know, people are just hiding in a building, 3-stacking behind a deployable cover and praying for that to work for them.
We haven't seen a Lagoon endgame just yet, or an end circle, so this is going to be fun. Oh, hello, Buggy.
Man's
hit
was
the shots,
racing,
though.
like some
Yeah,
Fast
he
and the
was
Furious Dune buggy style stuff.
Dominic Toretto.
For the family, baby. For the family.
That's what Auburn is saying right now with this kill race right now. He's just one for the family right now. Big old 19-kill game. Bertha dropped from the sky, so...
Oh, if they did exactly what I think they did, I think it's like I can't remember the name of the bounty, but you complete it. It starts with a C. Can't think of the word. You complete it, you get an armored Bertha that spawns in for you. It's like a reward, you know? And it is healthier, and you have little turrets on it, and it is just a good time if you really want to be a menace to society.
Oh, well, Auburn in a little bit of trouble. You hear the calls just behind you. Gets to cover for now. Re-ups in the shields. Gonna take a different sight line on this one. See if you can find an angle, and he does. Can't get the first shots, but a repeat coming through. Cracks the armor. Time to close the gap. Subs out, and team wipe too. Double kill for the squad, but a 20 bomb for Auburn.
This is exactly what they need. I'm kind of just trying to look through. This could really shoot them up the leaderboard, which is exactly what they're kind of waiting. And now they just need to find the other 4 enemies and just going to pop up a UAV, a bounty on the horizon. You can see them stick together as a team and take these pushes, because when you start peeking, that little island that's in front of them, there's like a lighthouse over there. And anytime you're trying to pull away from that area, it is incredibly challenging because the lines of sight are not easy to follow, and people can kind of maneuver their way onto mainland through like 5 different pathways.
Well, with 5 teams left, Auburn's got to be careful because they're not out of the trenches just yet through Lagoon, like you stated. They get a couple shots thrown at them. That's going to give them information on at least one trio. And it's the bounty trio, too, so it looks like that's the team that they exactly want them to peek at. But, oh, a little bit of trouble coming through. Shots good. 4-1, they get the elimination too, just feeding their team. Maybe a couple more in the building too, Tiff. Like, University of North America, if they push this building, they could overwhelm a 2v3 possibly.
Overwhelm indeed, but just play it safe at this point. They've seemed to have a good lay of land where the other enemies kind of are at this point in time, and they still do have that bounty up, and they're kind of pull it together to be able to get a UAV, and that's just going to go up in the air, and not really giving them too much information at this point in time. People must be ghosted, but you can kind of see they're going to go ahead and throw out a ping and say, I think I saw someone over here. And with 125 rounds in the mag and a 71 round mag on the PPSH, they have plenty of ammo and are just ready and waiting to just get a line of sight on the nearby enemies. Pings going out, mounted, ready, and waiting.
That should be illegal. 71 shots on a PPSH. I saw what Kappa was doing with half that.
Yeah.
This is crazy. Nice shots through the bush. Breaks the armor. Trying to elongate the spray, and he does. That is the LMG coming in clutch there to just hold down left click and rip that player away.
It's just absolutely wild at this point in time. And look, it is just their world right now for this map, and we are here to live in it. I feel like someone's going to have to chow the team of FGCU with their 45 kill game and everything. And oh my gosh, that player just yeets out of the window, and Auburn just trying to make something happen here. Not able to connect some shots. Just a bunch of warning shots. Hey, we know you're there, buddy. I could hit you.
There's 4 kills that you can walk away with at the end here, and I'm sure Auburn wants every single one of them. So not trying to force gunfights, just to pat their stats here. Inside of what could possibly be one of a couple final games for U of NA. We hear the comms are going to ping out. Spot one over to the huts. Waiting for the gas to push them through the wall bang. Won't be able to hit their mark. So where is this player? Where'd he go?
That's a really good question. Where did they go? I ask myself that every time I'm in an end game and my teammates are like, I swear they are right in front of you. I'm like, right where? and they're always like right in front of you. And I'm like, look, you're gonna have to be a little more specific. So
They're over
Auburn,
there.
they're just diving straight in, cutting the map in half, and gonna get tagged up. But you're finding some information for your team right there. You're going out with the pings, and that's just sometimes what you have to do. There are 4 other members left in this lobby aside from this team, and they are just looking to find every single one of them. No real action just yet. And it seems that they're gonna be in these little huts and just a bunch of chaos going from that cluster. Little screen. That's the thing, is you use those precision airstrikes, the clusters. Not only do you have audio clutter, but you get the visual clutter. And even if they're your teammates, it can also negatively affect you.
Auburn, the Dragons in the deep end, a little bit of shock and awe. Another one bites the dust for this Dragon. And Auburn's going to get the finisher. Shots down the self-revive. It's a 2-team left now. And Auburn's going to get eyes on one. Good shots there through the grass, but no down just yet. So still at a stalemate. Teammate goes down, so Batman's out of the mix.
Not Batman.
Looking at possibly a 2v2 now for these teams. The Dragons, they need to go. They need to fly. And here we go. Auburn for the first. Gets the full down. 2v1. Both players hand in hand now, looking to work their magic to finish off in a #1 placing here for the University of North America. And they know exactly where he is, Tiff.
Oh, and he's trying to run and get some cover behind that rock, but it's not going to be enough. That was a massive game. One player I saw 24, another one 16, so that's at least 40, and I didn't see what the third player had, so this is what they need. You get that 2x multiplier. They want to show out on the leaderboard, and that is the best way to do it.
Was that a donut? Oh no! No way you put up.
No way that was
No
a donut.
way you put up 2 big kills. I saw it for like a millisecond, so it was hard to see. But it looked
9.
like
It's probably 9 or an 8. We're not.
Let's
There's no
hope.
way.
Let's hope for that one.
Unless you just got major damage and assists at that point
Exactly.
in time.
You're just the one dealing all the damage, and everybody's just finishing your kills. It's frustrating, but you know it worked for them for there. So you gotta wait to see what happens with University of North America Dragons. But now we look at Niner Esports. 5 eliminations on Bells. 48 players left in this lobby. Highly populated, and they need to put their runners on because they're far away from the circle.
Ooh, and they're getting absolutely tagged up from some mountain goats in the nearby vicinity. But as soon as that happens, you can just see all the bullets coming from every which way. Now, Smiley looking to make something happen. And a whole team, SEAL Team 6ing on them, trying to gatekeep them at the nearby house, but not going to be able to do so. You're battling the gas mask animation, and unfortunately, that's going to be the demise and not going to be the game for them. So let's see what KSU COD is up to. Beloved on your screen right now. And I mean, look, if this is a total kill race or time kill race and you have 36,000 kills in Warzone, what better school or player to have on your team? Beloved, looking solid.
If you have 36,000 kills, I will question everything about that gameplay. But Beloved right now, that player just barely escapes the grasp of those shots there. I mean, he almost got it down onto that player. And if he did, he probably would have finished it off with the fall damage. But KSU COD, I mean, not too bad of a position to be in. All players fully armored up. And you look now, they have the information on players as they climb down the mountain to get closer into the circle. I mean, they have full information on everywhere they need to go. And they're going to just loot up the bodies of fallen players. And here we go. They spot them out. One standing still, and that is going to be the lone wolf cut down.
Yeah, I love that they're utilizing Combat Scout, so even if you can't give like accurate depictions of like callouts to your teammates, they can get that and see, hey, they're over there. I know exactly where I need to push. And High Alert as well, Beloved, just trying to finesse their way out of that line of sight, because I don't know about you, Seymour, but High Alert kind of stresses me out a little bit. Yes, it can help you if a sniper is looking at you, but sometimes when I'm out in the open and the entirety of my screen is lighting up, I'm just like, no thank you. But Beloved, able to lay down some serious damage. You can see that the advanced UAV from the team was called in. That's going to heavily help them have the upper advantage throughout this fight. So looking incredibly strong right now, and they're currently sitting in 9th place with 175.7 points. So needing to kind of make a move. You can even see they must have did the Doomsday Station. That is something new for Season 5. The Doomsday Station, you can all get Specialist, which is exactly what they did. It's not just Tempered, Specialist and Foresight available to them, so they know exactly where the zone is going to go in. But look at the live leaderboard to the left side of your screen.
4 out of 5 teams not qualified for playoffs. This is opting to be an excellent finish to qualifier number 4. The Dragons, they slip into 5th place. Rams move up to 4th. VCU in a playoff spot so far. Illini, Florida Gulf Coast looking to do what they can to hold on to 1st and 2nd place. KSU nowhere to be seen, but now that we move into the bottom 5, it's going to be KSU in 9th. Northwood dropped to 6th. Texas State Esports 7th. Queens, Niner, they're going to be in there too. So these are going to be the teams looking to upset the top 5.
Upset indeed. And I mean, look, if you've got Foresight, you know where the ring is ending. You have Specialist. This is your game to win and completely frag out because you have all the benefits, all of the information. You just have to hit your shots and find the enemy players. And Beloved going to get forced to kind of reposition back away out of shield. So that's quite unlucky. Maybe the teammates can kind of share some of the love, but Beloved says, I don't mind. I'm just going to keep peeking because they are doing a really great job of gatekeeping this team down here. However, if you do focus one team or one player and you gatekeep them for so long, this is a lot of time wasted while the lobby is just kind of chilling and going through the minutia of everyone else fighting everyone else.
Beloved has tunnel vision right now. He is not letting that player escape. He's going to give it up for now, as it does look like Phantom catches a stray. I'm not sure where that came from, but it does seem like it's going to be down the hill, the fact that they're safe and sound on top. But that player that was tucked away, the tunnel vision for Beloved, returns, and he's going to finish the job with a team wipe there. KSU counts up even more of their kills inside this game, and there's so much time left in this for KSU to just get even more. And this Foresight, it allows them to know exactly where they need to rotate. So, I mean, like you said, I mean, gatekeeping is going to be an excellent strategy when you know exactly which circles and where to go.
I mean, they just have all the information at their disposal and plenty of cash. Now they're going to share armor plates. They've got a buy station on the horizon. They can go ahead, maybe grab some UAVs, try to get that going. But I love the strategy for that because not only do you have every perk in the game, you got hardline, so you can buy, you know, streaks and utilities and everything else at a discounted price. So you don't have to spend as much money. You know where everything is. A radar jammer goes out just south of them. You can see it call out. They look at their map and they're like, hey, let's head directly towards that area. And I love the aggressive nature of KSU, and you kind of have to be. In a timed kill race, you have to be moving consistently throughout this mid-game and keeping in those highly populated areas. And look at that, Beloved drops in, finds a nice elim right there. Looking to double down and answer back with some more, but gets tagged up from the back and now forced to stim, but the Semtexes are being inundated with him, and he's still thriving.
Somehow clinging to life right now, Beloved does not want to go down yet. Precision airstrike right on his knock-in, forces him on the inside. He knows there's a team here. Careful at where he goes, though. That precision airstrike, it might be able to catch him through the rope, but through the door, it's an enemy, and Beloved goes down, so KSU now staggered out a little bit, but Beloved does have the gulag, so I guess he's not done just yet. But it's not a place that you want to go down when the team was so strongly, you know, looted out.
No, indeed. And I know all the Star Wars talk from earlier, it seemed as if Obi-Wan was going to be the one that took down Beloved in that moment. But hopefully he comes back from the gulag and can join his team and continue on that dominating game that they were. But jumping on over to Bouncy and Co. And with Alabama White, they've been having kind of a fun night tonight. Wellgun in hand, just traversing the open area of Caldera, looking to grab some high ground and maybe find some enemies on the horizon.
Potentially the case. Because they have a long way to go for the circle, and if they get into a gunfight now, the circle, or the gas, will be hot on their heels. They are convinced that there's going to be somebody around them too, so maybe some sound cues giving things away. Thermal on the LMG, but nobody spotted just yet. There's a Bertha down low, and Bouncy's just going to let loose. No shot really landing, but a lot of damage onto that Bertha. It is moments away from being destroyed. Bouncy's just going to back up to reload, fix his classes because he has time. And And look back down, and all of a sudden, oh, that Bertha is gone. Oh, it blew up. So there is a gunfight going down there. It's going to be the rest of Alabama White taking on this gunfight.
This is really dicey. I've seen a lot of people test this scope out specifically for the UGM and kind of helping them identify where players are hiding on this map. But I'm not sure if I'm sold on it just yet. But luckily, if Bouncy likes it and it works out just well for them and to be able to give the call outs to the teammates, it's almost like having... If you're playing in a trio, it's like having a sniper on your team, right? They're able to give the call outs, maybe get some live pings for you, and then maybe the other two are your slayers, and they kind of just collapse in on the enemies in front of you. And that seems to be the strategy that Bouncy, MSJ, and Nyko are kind of enacting here, right? Bouncy kind of looms back and has 125 rounds in that UGM, and he can really lay down a lot of damage and really just trust in his teammates to swarm in. But Draco, finding themselves in the gulag, need to keep the dream alive, has a Bren in hand and just trying to find a nice line of sight. Can he do it? Climbs up on top, and you know, I mean,
Yes,
that's pretty
he can.
easy. That's pretty easy, Seymour.
Draco looking to keep their life alive inside this game. Tactic in the gulag as Texas State esports players dropping like flies.
You guys both have good enough guns. Y'all can probably
Let's see if
fight.
that
It's
second
kinda bad.
life will come into fruition for Tactic. Draco's just going to take a moment to slowly glide to the pings.
Like one guy left,
Want to move over to the fields to
but I think it's worth
move
us getting
closer and
back in.
closer into the action.
I don't know, we need kills.
Still early on, the circle's got a long way to go, but let's take that moment. Excuse me. Let's take that moment to look over to Illini COD.
Are they in that room that you pinged? Or?
Oh, they're like up.
Illini COD, 84-point game being their highest. They have a 62.9, a 49.3, looking to replace a 27-point game. And OG Capo making it look so easy here today with that automaton just flying through. Serpentine not even going to be a problem. Just cleaning house over there. XE trying to close the distance and do a little bit of thirsting. And I mean, that's what you kind of need to do, right? Trust in your teammates to go get your thirst, to really have your back.
Oh, I mean, if you don't see about then good.
You said it earlier, teamwork makes the dream work, and that's what you're looking for right now in college Warzone. UAV for Capo. Nobody really too close, as they do have a couple pings to push on. It looks like Shufi's in a little bit of a 1v1. Kill feed not going to light up just yet, so a little bit of a dance going on still as the teammates close into Shufi's location. XC's going to be there, and now behind them, looks like players are dropping in from potentially the redeploys, buybacks, or the gulag. So they're going to be looking up with their LMGs, and there it is. So Capo, yeah, I'm sure he wants this kill.
I mean, does he ever? Just wants to add on to the effervescent amount of kills that he is racking up throughout this timed kill race tonight. Chat, we are, you know, looming in on the final 30 minutes, and INI COD has found themselves within the top 3, but they would like to stay there. And how do you stay in the top 3? You just keep grinding, keep going on that aggressive nature, because everything that they've been putting down tonight has paid off. The way they are pushing as a team, entering these buildings, shoving themselves through these doorways at the same time, just moseying through this map at an immense pace and trying to get through all of the buildings and breaking all of the windows because they don't care.
Yeah, they're putting the race in kill race right now. And it looks like they want to finish first. Nice shots from Capo through the window. Delivers a knock onto the team inside. Has to re-up on the armor plates, but it doesn't look like he has anything more, so wants to get a little bit close range now inside the building. PPSH, nice down in the full thirst, so Capo's going to be chalked up to double digits now in eliminations. Grabs the plates now, looking for the rest. Climbing the tower, has to be aware. The Semtex will keep him at bay 4 now, but slides around the corner. No one can stop him. The unstoppable force that is OG Capo just keeps ripping through Warzone.
These guys didn't have any plates to pass.
I mean, that's textbook, that's clean, that's the PPSH for you. And chat, I was telling you guys earlier during my little TED talk, my little Warzone talk, that you should immediately utilize the PPSH inside your loadout. And if you haven't made the switch, why haven't you? Because OG Capo, Kirch, everyone that you're seeing here find success tonight is utilizing it, and OG Capo going to show you that, you know, maybe the PPSH might not be that great at distance, but you can switch to another weapon quite quickly, close the gap, find a nice little down with the automaton, switch to your PPSH and do a nice little double kill and clean it up. It's textbook.
Last one's cracked in front of me, dude.
Oh, he finally goes down. Thirsted, too. But Shufi cleans up the job. They might lose OG Capo, but they are rich. And there is a buy station nearby, so they can bring back their teammate as soon as they get back into full strength. It looks like that's going to be the case.
Ooh, when you grab a bounty and it's right in front of you, Seymour, that's spicy.
Wait a second, yeah. So, comms weren't too frantic. I thought that they were definitely cooled down for a second, but now that that gives things away, it's going to make it harder to get to that buy station. Extremely harder.
I like what Shufi's doing. They're going for the other buy station that's in zone. And sometimes you just gotta dive into the nearest door, find all the armor plates you can, and this is sub-pen, right? This area of the map is really hard to fight in because there's so many areas and layers and rooms and stairways, and it's just tough. But hey, OG Capo coming back to join the teammates, and there is a loadout on the horizon, and he's like, you know what? This is exactly where I'm going, and I am ready.
He is going to look to get himself out. Before that, a little bit of trouble. Uses the loadout for a little bit of cover, and returning fire is solid, so he's going to rush this one. Oh, no, second thought. Okay, Capo is going to go back in. He knows that there's more, so Capo is just reeling in the enemies for now, reeling in the kills. Finds an angle, and there it is. Beamer City. OG Capo, 16 kills. How many times are we going to say his name? I mean, he is having a day.
I mean, they are doing everything that they need, and it also makes sense that Nixie was like, this is the team I want to win. I want to see them qual. I want to see them do well. It's my home state. All of my friends went to school here, and if I would have went to college, you know, before joining the Navy or anything like that, I would have went here, and now a cluster strike trying to put a thorn in the side of the INI COD, but not going to do anything because they are going to make it around. Now Shufi going down, unable to get that. Team tried to drop shot OG Capo, but it's not going to be enough. And now just arriving in time to get that res off. This could be a really solid game for them.
It can be, but, you know, they take such heavy blows every single time they get into a gunfight. They're going to have to be a little bit more cautious next time, or else things might pan off how they expected. And Xe goes down again. The team above him just looking over the edge, continually putting on fire. Capo now getting shot from behind. He goes down. Shufi drops too, so what could have been a solid game. Players just hiding in the caves. Pick them apart. 16 kills, 9 and 5. And OG Capo and Squad Illini COD, they don't get that high placement that they were hoping for.
I mean, I feel your pain. I feel it. We hear ya. Imagine camping in a tunnel, but unfortunately, things happen. But you do have enough time to kind of reload in and try again. And now coming on over to Auburn's POV, they're just at Arsenal in route to their bounty. And I actually like this. You should totally reassess the positioning and maybe take to the roof, as long as that team is not on the roof, because then you're just going to be hovering straight in open season like a little bird in the sky that they're looking to get out. And now this immense POV that you're able to have, reposition yourself, a little EMP going out, and if it connects, that's going to really put a thorn in the side of that enemy team that they're pushing, because you lose all of your sights.
Oh, burn the turn and burn! No way! The Dragons, I mean, whenever you count them out, they constantly just keep their foot in the ring. And you can thank Auburn for that. I mean, he is putting up numbers. Another one spotted behind the box. Reeling the information to the team as well. Not able to find it. Oh, look at that. Just escapes. Just over the ledge. See you later.
Nah, I'm not going to deal with this. That man's just put down my teammate with a ground loot Nikita. But what a bait and switch. An interesting turn of events here, Seymour. I was bamboozled.
Yes. Suddenly, Auburn in a little bit of trouble. On the ground. Resurrection coming through. I don't think they got the full knock on that last player, so Auburn's got to be careful for this one. And again, gonna go down. This time thirsted.
Spicy.
Nikita up top. was the one to take down Auburn. So going to the gulag for that player. We look at FGCU, Kirshen squad. Excuse me, Kirshen squad. Not in first place anymore. Oh, this is going to be the top, the bottom side of the top 10. So we look again. Looks like Queens Esports and Western have found their way in. Texas A&M International as well. Couple teams get knocked down, but you still have Northwood and Texas State Esports there. Now looking at the top, yes, Florida Gulf Coast still in first place.
The issue here is the difference between third and fourth place. VCU COD has been just outside of the top 3 for the past 3 qualifiers, and they are looking to secure themselves an automatic bid to the playoffs. But CSU Rams, who have finished in the top 3 pretty consecutively throughout, I believe, every single qualifier that we've had thus far, is knocking at their door with less than 1 point. Imagine finding yourself in fourth place by less than 1 point and VCU not getting that automatic bid, and CSU on your screen. Staka, we know just how strong, has a 16 elimination game going on right now, and that is not what you want if you're VCU COD, because there's like 24 minutes left of this timed kill race, and you talk about a lot of things, right? Specifically picking up the eliminations, but it's your mental fortitude. It's the ability to stay locked in and ready and perform at the highest level for 4 hours straight.
Yeah, and for VCU, I mean, how many times can you find yourself a fourth place? So I think they want this third. They need to keep away from CSU Rams. And they find themselves in a qualification spot for playoffs, because they have been trying so hard for the past 3 qualifiers, now fourth, just to get into that spot. And they finally find themselves in a moment where they can get it done. But here, CSU Rams, couple players on the horizon taking some damage, spots them up top too. A full trio there. Staka's going to take his time, low on ammo, so won't be able to use anything more. It's going to be CSU to back up for now, but a lot of information there. Optimal Flames goes down. Somebody's on the inside.
Someone's on the inside indeed, but there is that loadout on the horizon. Maybe Staka has a fully loaded class, so he could swing by the loadout, grab a fully loaded class, and instantly have a good chunk of ammo. But we'll wait to see just how that pans out for them. But 17 eliminations for Staka thus far in the CSU Rams, and Optimal's going to find themselves in a less than optimal situation, but Fatal finds themselves in a bathroom.
Yeah, it's pretty chill for Cincinnati COD. You know, for a second, I looked up and I was like, okay, Alabama COD back in, Alabama White back in the bathrooms again. But no, it's Fatal this time. Just sitting nice with 6 eliminations. All the way on the edge of the map, too. So not even really in the thick of it. There's a team, looks like, towards the bottom of their mini-map. But we're going to take a look over at the Dragons once more as Auburn is back into the map. A little bit of a firefight going on. Spots out one up top. Swats on over. It's Mink looking to be protected. Auburn actually gets a little bit sideswiped there. A little bit of pit maneuver from the opposing team. And now Mink on the chase. Gets the knock and the full team wipe.
Yeah, that's going to be pretty dicey. I mean, the last thing you want is just to try and get a nice little peek out, see what's going on, and then just get absolutely decimated. I mean, it happens. At least the team is able to get the trade out, which is exactly what you want. When you start playing with these teams week in, week out, or maybe it's a new trio, seeing the communication style and the ability that they have to be able to get trades and really help you kind of keep the dream alive, per se, is going to be mission critical, not only in the custom style lobbies that you've seen from some of the college Warzone qualifiers in the past, and is as typical, but also in this timed kill race format. Yes. Very strong. We love the teamwork. 17
Very
eliminations.
strong, much wow.
I mean, sheesh.
More and more people die, the better it is.
Staka really putting up the numbers right now. Snowy still alive too, so it's not like Staka's alone in this situation, but on high alert that there's players all around him. 4 other trios.
Balloon, if it pulls hill, I can make a gas mask play.
9 other players.
That's good for me.
Circle's going to be closing in, and look at the next one. It's going to be right dead center in front of all these buildings, so not a lot of room to take cover in. It's going to have to be the brush and the boxes to hide behind if you don't have control of the buildings.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how they're going to play this last kind of final moment. You see the team that's got the Bertha on the other side of the ring. You just have to play it safe, and you can get a line of sight on that
sneaky.
man, but Serpentine's not going to save you today. It may give you a little bit of extra life, but Staka has you in the line of sight and 68 bullets left to their name, so need to be a little more conservative with that as well. But last we saw had 0 AR, so in a much better position than they were previously, and 5 people are spectating Staka at this point in time. So not only are we in chat getting to enjoy this, but also some random people from the pub's lobby are clearly liking what Staka is doing.
Well, I'm sure they're not alone, too, in liking that. But let's get a picture-in-picture of Cincinnati COD as it looks like they're ready to go and get in some battles of their own. Staka's still looking to take down this Serpentine player, but now we look at Fatal looking to get down and dirty and a little bit mixy on the beaches. Beautiful shots and a full elimination. Staka took a redeploy, so, you know, kind of getting some parallels here in the battles as Fatal looking for another one, a full team wipe. On the other end, Staka just seems like he's trying to stay alive.
I mean, you gotta stay alive, get the placement multipliers that you're looking for, but you do have temperance. You're able to kind of maximize the ability of plates that you have, and that player's gonna push and be completely blindsided by Staka's ability to kind of maneuver them. And hey, gonna take some height. I like this brave move, but you're gonna open yourself up to every single direction while you're trying to find some information. Gonna get tagged up from the back and find yourself in the gas, and that gas mask animation can prove to be incredibly dicey.
Yeah, but it gives him time to re-up on his armor. All the way around, taking the long way back in.
I like that.
A lot left in this gas mask, so really looking to stretch his life. Up to the roof, looking to catch some rotations here. Staka has to be careful because stim shot is going to be what keeps you inside the business. Slides on into the safe zone. Re-up on the armor. I mean, look at how close this is. 3 trios, including himself. 4 players, so this is totally doable right now. As he's down to 2, a 2v1 right now for Staka to win this out.
I mean, you just gotta get in the line of sight. There's gonna be a down on 1, but gets traded out. Unlucky. That was a very valiant effort, though. But I mean, when you're just second place, I mean, that's 1.85x. That's still a very high elimination game. Sure, it's not the full 2x, but that is as close as you can get, and I'm quite impressed. Now, Fatal from Cincinnati COD in that full screen. Let's see how they can pan out, maybe net themselves a 2x. Fatal has 12 eliminations on your screen, and Kratos the God and Co. looking to probably have some nice eliminations of their own.
You think back and, you know, I want to take a look at the leaderboard since we have 18 minutes left and where CSU Rams stand. I got to reiterate that they were not even a point under VCU. So a game like that could be the difference maker in 3rd place and 4th place, and now 2nd place for the Rams as they're looking to continue that consistency we've seen time and time again. Northwood climbs as well, and who would have guessed? VCU drops to 5th tip.
Look, if they are in a game right now, now is the moment to follow them throughout the rest of this tournament to see if they can throw down an absolute heater and find themselves within the top 3, because there is nothing worse than going a full 4 hours, finding yourself within the top 3 several amount of times, and then just getting yeeted out of it by some consistent teams. And I mean, it's got to be kind of, it's just challenging, you know? But hey, Fatal trying to put on a challenge for the enemies ahead of him, and gets absolutely lasered out. Does have self, but we are in a full 3v3 situation. Fatal able to get the res off, now needs to shield up, but is going to throw down some damage, and they're going to get the W. That's going to be a nice 2x multiplier for them, and I'm curious to see how that has effect on the leaderboard from them. But yeah, VCU, that's where we got to keep an eye on. Regardless, Florida Gulf Coast still reigning top at that moment. That 118-point game proving to be incredibly insightful to keep them in that automatic
let's go.
Yeah, we get that VCU COD POV, guys. This is the moment that you've all been waiting for. We literally have 16 minutes left of this timed kill race. VCU COD sitting right now in 5th place. They just need to cover the ground of approximately 34 points.
Just play your life, bro. Don't run.
Easy, right?
I mean, it's just another day in Caldera for VCU. For User, though, he's down right now. And it looks like VCU aren't in the best position. They don't really know where they're being aimed at. Is Dino or Dragon Dino kind of out in the open. It looks like they're going to allow their teammate to fully go down, pick up their loot, hopefully buy them back. Blue right alongside Dragon Dino, so team not too far away. I haven't seen the bow and arrow come out just yet at all in the qualifier, so Dragon Dino looking to put it together. I mean, we saw this guy loves his explosions. I mean, the rocket launchers, the grenade launchers, now the bow and arrow. And look, he does enough damage for Blue to finish the job, so it looks like VCU are looking to go on a tear.
Look, whatever it takes, right? I just pulled up their score. 45.9, 82, 57, 31.25, and a 30. So they are looking to replace approximately a 30-point game. And if you have to make up 34 points, they need a 65-plus point game. You're looking at a north of 30 elimination win.
I don't even know if it's possible at this point.
There's
only 28 players in the lobby right now. It's got to kind of really stem off of an already fantastic performance out of one of the supporting casts here to Dragon Dino. He only has one elimination. They really just need to kind of go. Like, just run forward, take every fight that they can find, and completely slay out this lobby. It looks like they are hunting down this lonesome player. There's also a bounty nearby them, too. They're going to hit this redeploy, skip over them, take control of the circle, and hopefully box this team out.
Oh, and this is going to be spicy. Texas A&M International is going to move up to 4th place with 256.9 points. So VCU COD is going to find themselves actually in 6th place. But they still need that 34, 35 points, and Dragon Dino going to get absolutely tagged up. But luckily, the team is going to be there. You can see the live leaderboard on your screen. You get a glimpse of it. Florida Gulf Coast, 349.3 points, chat. They are on a tangent today. CSU Rams, 2nd place. I COD. This is just wild.
You might as well just lock them in for first place. At that point, Florida Golf Course with a monstrous day of Warzone. VCU, though, do they have what it takes? 13 minutes left, Tiff, to report that last score.
I mean,
it's got to be fast. It has to be a fast game right now. There is still 8 trios left, so, I mean, this is doable for VCU, but, I mean, it's a long shot.
I mean, they need a little bit of like love from the COD gods to make this happen. There's 22 players up in the lobby, 8 other teams aside from them left, and now they find themselves traversing an actual mountain on Caldera and a mountain here in College Warzone qualifier number 4 to get back up into the top 3, because it doesn't matter if you've been in the top 3 throughout these 4 hours. It only matters that you finish in the top 3 at the end of the night.
Exactly. VCU, you know, a team that, like you said, was holding top 3 for what seemed like 2 hours. Heartbreak right now for this team, as they might just be a little bit short of a qualification spot yet again here in qualifier number 4. Where teams really went all out in the last little bit, overtaking VCU, pushing them so far down the leaderboard that is this even possible at this moment?
Hey.
See if they got the magic in them. Shots there. Dragon Dino's got to back up. And you hear the call just to move to the circle for the team. They're going to drop an airstrike to allow them a little bit of space.
Yeah, now the reload coming in, trying to scavenge. You've got a little bit more than 1 clip left, and that's what it is. The UGM eats a lot of bullets, but hey, a member of VCU COD going to get laid out now. Blue in trouble, finds themselves down as well, and Dragon Dino last alive for VCU COD. This is the last stand. You can see he's a little too close right now from dropping that redeploy. You cannot drop it if it is blocked by any trees, and unfortunately going to try and maneuver and see what they can do. There is a buy station in the horizon, but not having any luck with this portable redeploy balloon finally going down. Does have enough cash to purchase both teammates back, but we are going over towards a heavily populated area. Now getting tagged up. This is going to be dicey. No shields left for Dragon Dino. Seymour, this is going to be mission critical, because who knows how many eliminations the teammates have, right? You need that 35-point game to even have a chance. And I say 35-point game, I'm talking the eliminations. You're going to have to multiply that by 2.
It's mission impossible right now for VCU. You see Dragon Dino, I see Tom Cruise. All 3 players now back into the lobby. 13 remaining, so it's going to be 10 kills potential for the squad if they take every single gunfight. And even at that, is it enough to just put you in that 35-point situation? User goes down. Dragon goes down as well. Where are these shots coming through? It's going to be somebody just looking over the hedge. And now suffocating VCU inside a storage town. They're going to go down. And you can kiss the dream goodbye. No magic today for VCU. They drop out in 6th place. And it seems like they're going to be dropping down into 6th place in the leaderboards as well.
That is so heartbreaking, Seymour. It is so heartbreaking when you think about that moment right there for them. They had north of 20 eliminations. That could have been it potentially, but they would have had to find every single elimination left in that lobby. And now you're on your screen showing us a textbook moment in Jump Spots 101. And I actually like that one. I didn't know that existed. And we're just over here in Beachhead kind of vibing 6 eliminations to this player's name. And I'm curious to see if it's going to be enough for them. They are currently sitting in 13th place with 194.45 points. And who knows? They could replace a prior game after finding a nice down. Benny Rick is actually going to get credited with that. And that's what you got to do. Sometimes you guys work together as a team shoot. That is the best way to avoid the negative effects of Serpentine.
Yeah, team shots galore right there for Texas A&M Maroon. Now looking to finish the job is Gyra. Upstairs, bouncing patty, oh, right to the face. You're going to need your teammates to follow up for that one because Gyra's got to re-up in the armor plates. Don't expect those landmines to just be there on the inside, though. Oh my word, it's landmine galore. You walk in and all of a sudden you are just bombarded with mines. That is frustrating.
That's the Warzone I know and love. Let me tell you something, Seymour. I cannot tell you how many times that has happened to me. And unfortunately, here in a timed kill race where every elimination matters, if you take a bouncing Betty to the face from someone hiding in a corner, heartbreaking.
My God.
Texas A&M Maroon technically not out of it just yet as Gyra has the gulag, and same with brother Blyle. Or Bilo. We look at Alabama White as getting a little bit mixy here. Bouncy's going to take a snipe right to the noggin. Trying to shimmy over to MSJ for second chance at this. But, I mean, folks, tuning in. I mean, this goes to 12 a.m. Eastern time, and it is 11:53. So not a lot of time left to get those finishing scores, and I can only imagine that we are seeing the tail end of the remaining players inside of games. So we just get to see them try to finish on a high note. KSU's turn now.
KSU looking to lay down a heater, currently in 10th place with 204.2 points. And, you know, they got 22 teams up in this lobby, so about midway through the game themselves, and trying to make something happen because they have approximately, you're right, 7 minutes to get through this game and get their score reported. And I feel like 7 minutes might not be enough, but Beloved doing everything that they can to lay down some insane damage, make that 3.
Holy.
Okay, we see you, Beloved. We know it's late here. Kennesaw State University, I mean, it's midnight where they're at. We're going to have to get these college kids some pizza, some Doritos, something, maybe some healthy options. Yeah, Mountain Dew. We need them some gamer snacks.
Yeah, some gamer snacks for the late night hour grind right now for College Warzone. I mean, almost over now. We get to see KSU try to end on a high note, but 6 minutes left. I mean, will they even finish in time? I don't even think you can finish this game in 6 minutes.
Yeah, it's just really tough. And I mean, Beloved is doing really well. And you get like a little line of sight right there. They've got north of up at least 16 eliminations as a team. And should they be able to finish this game in time, that could be astronomical to their success. And it's always the question of, will it be enough? Beloved's not going to sit there and wait. Beloved is going to keep on pushing and eliminating every enemy in the nearby vicinity. Gonna get tagged up, and Semtex is coming their way, but you're gonna have to pop that stim. You're gonna have to reposition, break out that armor, and try to clutch it up.
A little bit of fancy footwork coming out from Beloved. Re-up in the armor, but turns from the fences, and it is going to be an enemy waiting in lies. So KSU starting to fall to pieces in this game. Still a gulag left for KSU, so still a chance to maybe come out with the dub. Feel a little bit good at the end of the day. For whatever placing you get, I mean, a win's a win when it does come to playing Warzone, and I'm sure that feels good enough. But talk about a team barely scraping into the top 10. Right now, it's U of NA, the Dragons, and Auburn leading them with charge into the leaderboards. Having a fantastic night. Definitely put on the map for myself. A team that I never really heard of going into College Warzone, but right now, Auburn is making it known that you need to watch out for the Dragons in future qualifiers.
I mean, look, I've been watching this little show called House of the Dragons, and those dragons are ferocious. And if Auburn and the Dragons are anything like those, I am scared of the fire that this PPSH is laying down.
As am I. I mean, who isn't watching House of Dragons at this point?
I don't know, man. Maybe some people that were scarred from Game of Thrones at a point in time, but I'm also scarred from the Fast and the Furious driving that we're witnessing on the screen right now. The horn going out as well. You got to drive backwards. It's actually a strat, Seymour. It's a strat. When you drive backwards, they can't shoot you very well, and Auburn getting a nice team wipe and throwing a knife just to make sure that they're dead.
That's the Dom Toretto special. It's all about family tonight. We know that. Driving backwards across the airfield. A little bit of deja vu.
I'm pretty sure Bryce had more money.
KSU still kicking. Beloved is still alive for now. We're down to 3 minutes left in the night to submit your scores. And don't forget, folks, you know, the night might be coming to a close, but we still have qualifiers 5 and 6 coming up next week. And the registration is open right now. So if you want to compete in College Warzone, qualifier 5 and 6, go sign up in the registration for next week. You could be taking a shot at trying to take down the best here, as the registration, they will close Saturday the 17th at midnight.
Ooh, a lot of college action. Everything's due at 11:59 p.m. You know, you got to make sure that you're getting your assignments in on time. You're getting your College Warzone qualifier registrations in time. And you've just got to be looting and scooting like Beloved right now. But 3 minutes left, and this is going to be really dicey, right? There's 11 teams remaining. And sure, submit this score, right? It could still help you, and you will get like a placement multiplier, I'd imagine, but it's not going to be finished within the next 2 minutes, Seymour. I'm a little nervous. My hands are starting to get a little wild here.
Yeah, I can only imagine who's going to walk out away at the top, because you remember, the story from the last killer race, that it's like 11:58, they got a submission, and that pushed the leaderboard out of top 3, and I can only imagine with how close, top 10 is, what we're going to be seeing shaken up, and then crown a team victorious. Beloved, is there somebody up here? It seems like he's just chasing a ghost at this point.
I thought I heard a res go off. Yeah, there is someone chilling on the roof, and Beloved's like, I will take all of that loot, kind sir. Thank you. And oh my gosh, a little bit of a Grenko action. It seems like a lot of these people watched World Series of Warzone, because this weapon was not that popular prior to, and now I feel like so many people are utilizing it. A lot of people are finding them on the ground, and it's just kind of interesting to see.
Yes, it is.
Huh.
I mean, at this point, it's just kind of like confidence for Beloved.
Yeah, it's just vibing. Ooh.
It's just a fun time to end the night through the window.
Through the walls. Taking down TTVers all night long. I'm just kidding.
Oh, he backed right out.
Yeah, he
tried.
got time.
You gotta respect it. You gotta respect it. For sure. What a night of College Warzone. I mean, it was nonstop action. You know, like, the kill races tend to be interesting sometimes, but you know, tonight it was a blast. I mean, the players were really showing up, and I feel like you definitely get, you know, to see, you know, the differences of teams when they're not going up against each other and they're trying to fight for their lives in their own lobbies.
Exactly. Players like OG Capo, Kirch, Beloved from KSU. A lot of these players, even Thugger, Northwood Esports was really turning out tonight, trying to find themselves within the top 3 because they wanted to best their, you know, qualifier 3 score. They didn't want to finish in 8th. They are like, no, we are a top team and we want to finish at the top of the leaderboard. So a lot of people were stepping it up tonight, and it was just really great to see them eliminate a lot of the rats that were just lurking within these buildings, hiding behind deployable covers and just trying to be the thorn in the side of our College Warzone players tonight.
Well, a lot of people were thorns in the side of College Warzone players, and we saw constant second place finishes, but a couple big wins too, so it was a great night indeed. Folks, don't forget to show some love to our sponsor, Navy. If you were liking what you heard about Goats and Glory and all the fun stuff that you can do over in the American Navy, go check them out at navy.com and follow them on social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, America's Navy, all one word, just like you see to the right of the screen. We're going to tally things up, Tiff, and people at home, you got to hold on tight because we're figuring out who's in the top 3, who's going to qualify for the playoffs. When we do see that, we will come back and let you know. Head into a break. We'll see you on the flip side with the finale here of qualifier number 4. Welcome back to College Warzone. We're here with the last little bit. It seems like in behind the scenes we've tallied up all the numbers. We've got all the last minute submissions already signed in. It's only time now to let you know who's going to be the victor tonight. Tiff, do you want to do the honors?
Let's do it. I'm curious to see if this is going to go all 10 or if we're going all 10 in Florida Gulf Coast. Your victors of the evening finding themselves in first place with 349.3 points. CSU Rams so consistent, placing within the top 3 of every qualifier thus far and continuing to run it back here, finding themselves in second. And Icon, Nixie's pick of the day, guys, 281.7 points, finding themselves in third place. So Florida Gulf Coast, Icon now automatically qualifying for playoffs. And here's the deal. I'm looking at VCU Con and I want to cry, bro. I feel as if they are just on the cusp, right? A lot of strong moments from them in other teams such as Texas State Esports. They were in the top 3 at some given points in time. Same with Northwood. KSU and Beloved looked incredibly strong. And Seymour, so much talent within the top 10 here tonight, but unfortunately, only 3 places have the ability to give you that automatic playoff bid.
And once again, our victors for tonight, Florida Golf Course, that's Cursed, Crazy, and Wheels. Second place, CSU Rams, Staka, Optimal Flames, It's Snowy. Third place, Illini Cod, OG Capo, Shufi, and Axie. 3 teams who put on some pretty big games today inside Warzone. They put on a show, and I couldn't be any more grateful for that too. I mean, they were a blast to watch through the day. Also, shout out to Nixie for, coming on, our guest Goats and Glory member, and completely rooting for the team that places in third place. I mean, what a pred coming out from her.
I mean, that's kind of the way you got to do it, right? We met with, I believe it was Thoracic the last time, and he called it, and CSU Rams did incredibly well during that qualifier as well. So a lot of pressure for the next coming Goats and Glory members coming on to chat about their predictions, because clearly there is something on the horizon there. There's a little crystal ball that they have that we do not have access to, and maybe one of them will root for VCU COD in the coming days.
Yeah, maybe one's going to root for VCU. I mean, you and I rooted today, but it doesn't matter what the casters root for because obviously it doesn't pan out in that direction. Maybe the casters need to root away from VCU next time, and then we'll see them in the top 3. So I just want to, apologize ahead of time if you're watching this, VCU. Sorry if I caster cursed you. I didn't mean to. It's just a thing that happens that I can't control. But, there's still time to, make up for that with the upcoming qualifiers. Don't forget, folks, we have 2 qualifiers next week on the Monday and the Wednesday, and you can still sign up. Registration is open right now, and they close Saturday the 17th at midnight. So if you want to get on board with those 2 qualifiers next week, Monday and Wednesday, sign up as fast as possible to make sure that your team is locked in. Tiff, any final thoughts for tonight?
No, just a nice shout out to all the players that competed in the timed kill race for 4 hours, right? We got college students all over the country through different hours of the night. Some are playing and it's midnight and they're keeping it locked and loaded to just throw down some insane games. Shout out to all the crew behind the scenes doing all the math that us casters should not ever try to do live on stream, because there are so many people that work on these productions to bring College Warzone to you, the fans, the school, everyone. It's just really cool to be a part of it.
And a huge shout out to eFuse as well for helping put this all together too. Couldn't be done without them. But for now, that's going to be all for our 4th qualifier here in College Warzone. I can't wait to see you all next time. Have a great night. Yes, sir. Facts. Not about the grandma, about the tire thing.